Okay. Let's see. Oh, there's a little bit of... That's annoying. It's a little thing above my head, a little sliver of... Just like drag that down a little bit. Is that good? Yeah, that's good. Okay. Hello, everybody. Is this test server? Nope. There's Hornet 16 event. Got the tokens. Very cool. You can't do 15 kills with 5-star Surge and single Revoker 10. I mean, try getting the 6 as well, I guess. I don't know. Alright, yeah. Obviously, very tilted. I'm gonna get the main thing last. Doesn't matter. But... I'm just going hello. Facecam seems a bit brighter than what, last stream, or? Because I did get a legit webcam, so I actually have something decent now. I'm not just using the built-in laptop one. But yeah, the lighting is a little bit strange. I don't really know what's up with that. But I'm next to a window, so like the lighting in my room just changes pretty often. You will contractually obligate me to run it on Redux. I don't know if that's how grammar works, personally, but... You want to ask, can you use Ember Gun 8 as a side weapon? I have no idea. I'm not the person who runs that event. You should ask them. I assume this is for the event thing that's in Discord, right? You have to get 15 kills. Yeah, I'm gonna just ask them. Why am I quite... Is the volume low? Nah. Volume seems fine to me. I just checked. Brad Gaming, hello. How many more is left? Oh my! Still 17. Bro, they need to let people open more than one. It's ridiculous. I don't want to sit here for 30 minutes. You just completed that Revoker challenge a while ago. I just stayed up till 3 AM. Yeah, fair enough. I also had the same challenge. You probably saw some other people, some other content creators finishing it. But I couldn't really finish it because like all of my bots had like Bastion and Solus and Hemlock and whatever. Oh wow, I actually got it with 13 to spare. That is wild. I mean, I'll spin them anyway because like whatever. You have to go to sleep? Okay. No worries. CJ, hello. Phalanx, welcome. What time is it for me? It's like 1 p.m. I started like 3 hours later than I planned on. I usually start like 10 a.m. my time. Which is the same time that I usually upload. But I'm considering streaming a little bit earlier. But today, bro, I was so tired I could not fall asleep last night. So I woke up at like basically noon, and then I took a shower. So did I give you 10,000 A coins? I can confidently say that I did not. Vote for Railgun 8 credits. There's no poll. It's not. You realize that they don't just make stuff for credits because people ask for it. Like, that's not how it works. Otherwise, everything would be for credits. Hey, Sean, hello. Could you use Mimicker first? Do you have a prediction that it might be alright? Interesting prediction. Is there a reason for that? You're hyped for Orion? Based, honestly. Orion's very fun. Orion is definitely worth it, by the way, yeah. The mobility, I mean, okay. Bro, 5,000 in. Oh, okay. He cut it by half. That's crazy. What did I wait? Is it? I'm trying to click on that, but it's making me click on this. That's so weird, bro. These crate rush things are freaking bugged. They are bugged as hell, bro. They are very messed up. Okay. You did okay with Blast RPG? I don't really recall that, to be honest. I'm going to try it first on Outlaw. And the reason I'm going to try it first on Outlaw is because this was one of those mechs that I was saying, like, I don't think it's particularly good with pod guns strictly because of the range. But it could be good with something that was similar that had higher range. That is a lot of credits. Oh, goodness. I just wasted like half my credits, bro. Okay. Cooldown, ability range, reloading range. Okay. That's fine. What else do I want? Seeker with Tetra Rifle. I feel like I tried this not that long ago. Did I? I want to say I did. Do you think Hornet is a useful weapon? No. No, Hornet's pretty bad. All of the other ones, at least the 12 and all the other ones, they've been very, very disappointing. Pineapple, much appreciated. Monster funds. Oh yeah. That's what we're here for. I'll use Viper. I should use Viper more often. Not because it's good, but to show people that it's not good. Because apparently everybody thinks that it's super OP. I'll do mag size, yeah. I'm trying to mostly use like medium mechs as the rest of these so that I don't like have to swap them out later because I always forget. Oh, I could use the 12s, let's call them. Disclosure Parasite. I don't think I ever used that. Speaking of Hornet Parasite, though, I was thinking of streaming Dream Hangers at one point. Probably on a Sunday. Maybe not this Sunday, but next. But it would seem like most people don't want that, which is very interesting, actually. Would have assumed people would have wanted to see that. It's fine with me. I don't care. It's just interesting. Wait, this is Squad 1, right? I think so. Yeah. Puma with Stormwreck 16. I don't want to make my other builds so interesting that it takes away from like the main part, the point of the stream, which is the Hornet 16. The custom was goated, as in the custom stream earlier. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm probably not going to do that again anytime soon. Because there was somebody who wasn't following the rules basically every match. And that's just, yeah, that's just what happens when you try to get people to read things. They just don't. Okay. What a coincidence. I just asked about Viper. Yeah, and there was somebody else in the... somebody commented on my last stream. Saying that they thought Viper was OP. I'm like, well, I mean, when you first get the 6, especially, you put the 6 on, like, Ares. I mean, name me a legendary 6 energy weapon that's not going to do really good in tier 3. Like, they just are. All of them are going to do really good in tier 3. But you gotta think further than tier 3, otherwise you're wasting, like, nearly 1 million credits just for something that's only good for, like, a week. Which is better, Viper or Overdriver? I'd say Overdriver for sure. Like, Viper's not absolutely terrible. But it's not reliable. Is that a watermelon monster rehab? Wild berry tea. I got it in a 12-pack. Because they're cheaper that way. Alright, let's see. Particle beam. Nah, bruh. Even particle beam seems pretty OP when you first get it. Like, if you put it, like, on a freaking Ares, compared to, like, fragment guns and whatever other stuff that you get that's, like, 2 to 3 tiers lower. And by tiers, I mean grades. Keep in mind that these do have homing. You've been playing this game for 3 years, and my SP is still 5k. Okay, well, what is name at least one of the builds that you have. Like, don't make a giant paragraph out of it, but name me like 1 or 2 of the builds that you have. Uh-huh. Yeah, see, the problem with this is that I cannot do damage up close. Which is, like, sort of fine, because I probably shouldn't be up close anyway, but at the same time, one of the main, okay. One of the main outlaw killers is Seeker, because it'll just teleport to you, and then it's Jover, it's GG. So it is nice to have a weapon that can deal with Seekers. One of the best weapons that I've found for Outlaw so far is still Missile Rack 16, and I'm not even joking. Oh, he's got Jover, okay. This isn't doing too bad, though. 7 kills. I mean, they're bots, so gotta keep that in mind. What's the fastest lay? Yes. Oh, wait a second. Caprica is a player. I wasn't paying attention. Brother, you gotta be a little bit more... Gotta make some noise. You gotta... What? I crashed him, but he still fired at me. I guess he pressed the button before the crash went off. I don't know. That was weird. I'm actually kind of surprised that I died to that. I guess the nice thing about Blast RPGs having homing is that when you use Orion, it doesn't matter if you use the radius because everything deals the same amount of damage. Actually, yeah, it's kind of legit. Outlaw's goated with Helix or Strike Rocket? Yeah. Strike Rocket's a really, really good one. I actually kind of forgot about that weapon, I'm not gonna lie. But Missile Rack is in the top 3. Like, if I had to pick top 3 weapons for Outlaw, I probably would say that Missile Rack is one of them. Might actually... Hi there. Okay. Because I really just... I lose already, pretty much. He has 2 EM rifle belts! That's incredible. I die and I lose, but it doesn't matter because bro freaking offed himself. Alright. What is the yellow skull effect that the Hornets give? It's a DOT thing. What do you think about Gemini Outlaw? I wouldn't use it competitively, but it's really fun. The best build you would recommend for a player in Tier 4? I have a full, like, Gear Hub guide video. Which, unfortunately, you know, every time something becomes free-to-play, that video becomes a little bit outdated. I'm planning on... What I'm probably going to do is make a new one, but it's going to be made in a specific way. I could just try to make, like, follow-up videos and just kind of, like, updates to the one that I already made, but what I'm thinking of, I think it's better to just remake it. I have a lot of the work, like, a lot of the work is already done in terms of, like, all of that stuff, because when I made that video, I had, like, this giant list of everything in each tier. How much it cost, how many stars it gave, whether or not it was good, bad, cost, acorns, whatever. And then basically, yeah. Anyway, where was that one guy? That one guy was saying he was in Tier 5 for the longest time. Or not Tier 5, 5 KSP. I'm very sorry. I told him to list like 1 or 2 of his builds. If you could do that again, that'd be great. But I don't see it anymore. Well, that's great. Okay. Let me just restart real quick. Top 5 mechs for Revokers. See, that's a video that someone could have made, but it's so simple. It's basically just all the dash mechs. Surge, Nomad, Eclipse, Seeker, maybe Deathwalker. It's like one of the simplest. It's like one of the simplest lists you could make. Arachnos and Autocannon 2. It's pretty OP. Especially the 2. You don't worry about the 4s. Get the 2s for sure. Oh, also, yeah, did you guys see this? It's at least new, like, event art. I don't know if the event itself is new. But I don't think I've seen it. Well, no, I've definitely not seen that art before because it has the new map in the background, obviously. What about top 5 worst mix for Revoker? That's a video that I could make, but nobody would watch. And that's the difference. Like, I kind of have to, like, figure out what's worth my time based on how many people would actually watch it. Would particle beams ever be a good build? For, like, earlier / mid-game, actually, maybe? But I don't know. It depends on how long it takes for particle beam to charge up. I think it's the better part of 2 seconds. It's like at least 2 seconds, I think. So the thing you have to keep in mind with Zephyr is that normally you EMP them while you're in cover before they get to you, right? Because that's the safest way to deal with someone. You EMP them before they get to you. You take about a second to step out and then start firing at them. And then if you don't kill them, you have to get back into cover, right? Which takes, so like, you really want weapons that deal a lot of damage pretty much as quickly as possible. Even Ember Gun I actually don't think is that good because the damage gets higher after the first shot and you just need to do damage as quickly as possible. Like, it does damage quickly, but not quickly enough, honestly. I'd say Missile Rack is better than Ember Gun in that case. But yeah, so that's the thing with that. And even though Particle Beam technically, I guess, could... Phonexus says about 2.2 seconds. I don't know how accurate that is, but... yeah. Should you buy Killshot or Panther? It depends. If you already have a fast mech, then probably get Panther. If you don't have a fast mech, then probably get Killshot. Limited pilots or legendary pilots? Legendary. The problem with the Neymar pilots, even before mods, they were actually, like, nobody really used them because they gave less damage. They give less damage and they give less HP than a legendary. So the only reason that you'd use it is for the sprint perk. And the sprint perk is not super huge, right? It's not really a game changer of any kind. It just makes it so you can sprint for slightly longer and it makes your sprint cooldown slightly shorter. And that's not really a big deal personally. Now, there are some mechs that you could use it on late game, but I'll get to that in a second. But you know, Neymar itself was not super sought after, just as it was. But it's even less so now with mods, and the reason is because base HP affects mod HP, which means your pilots having better mods means that your pilots having more HP means that you get better mods. The fact that I'm freaking... It's actually really annoying. This guy's able to smack me because I have the Oracle thing on me, and it's literally not going to go away until I'm dead. I mean, not necessarily, because, like... He's gonna try to shoot at me. Yeah. I see you, but you suck. And that's the thing that you didn't take into account. Is he just gonna keep firing at me? Like... Yes, he is. Okay. Yeah, see, the problem with this is they don't go over. They don't go up and over. Even Podgun actually shoots a little bit upward. Okay, finally that guy died. Jeez. I would like... Yeah, because it just keeps hitting the corners. Like, I can't be in a spot like this and to do good things. I would like to get close to an enemy, but I'm dead now anyway, it doesn't matter. But anyway, yeah, back to the pilot thing. Pilots that give less HP also result in you having less mod HP, so it just multiplies. It just multiplies the disadvantage. He has a guardian. Okay. No, I mean that's fine. Why did my mark not transfer, by the way? Seems kind of sus. Can Guardian remove the Oracle effect? Yeah, and Outlaw could too. I would just have to get close enough to some enemy, crash them, and then the AoE would actually wipe it for myself. And that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say like I gotta try to get close to somebody, but it's not really gonna happen. Not with that build, anyway. Someone had... Those rockets, bro. Okay. Tell me something I didn't know. Bye-bye. Yeah, Arc Torrent's not good. People keep going for Arc Torrent's not good, bro. Fellas. It's yeah, okay. The Gemini. Yeah, big problem with Viper is that it can't deal with stealth enemies, and some of your biggest threats have stealth, being Surge and Eclipse. There's a Gemini Hemlock. That is toxic, bro. That is terrible. Umbra, hello. Let me up. Let me up. Did they fix it so I can't... Wait. No, there we go. Alright, jeez, bro. You're planning to get your Tengu to 12 energy. That's not a good idea. Who gave you... Who is, like, giving you advice being like, yeah, bro. Use Tengu with Revoker. Just keep upgrading your Tengu. "10-minute timeout, stop spamming." You just got Revokers and equipped them on Puma. What do you think? I think you're looking for attention because you've been spamming Revoker Puma OP for the past 10 minutes. I don't think it's even true. I don't think you did that. Calling cap. Okay. That would be you about the Tengu. Nobody should be upgrading Tengu, bro. It's not that good. It starts at rank 3 with like what, 8 energy? You'd have to rank it up twice to rank 5 to get 12 energy. The amount of Acorns that it would take, you could buy Orion or Panther or any epic mech or weapon. Like, why? Why would you do it? And that's just the rank ups. I'm not even counting the upgrade costs. The upgrade costs for... Was it this? Yeah. The upgrade cost is like, I don't know, easily 200,000. Oh no, this rank 4 alone is 250,000. So it's like yeah, it's about 300,000. 350,000 credits. And then people will go off and they'll complain that they don't have any credits or Acoins. It's because you burned all of them on Tengu, brother. You shouldn't be doing that. Vortex is a top 10? No. Vortex is like number 15, I'd say. Can you get a monster review? Maybe. It's near 500k to get to max rank 5. Yeah, but he doesn't need to get to max rank 5. He just needs to get to rank 5 level 1. So I'm not gonna, you know, give him that benefit. It's still though. It's a lot. It's like 350,000 just based on eyeballing it. Alright, someone said Mimicker they thought would be good. I don't really think so, but we'll find out. Oh, I forgot. Dude. I forgot I took my mods off of this. Should probably put them back on, eh? Anything else? I could probably buy Hardental for Parasite, to be honest. I have a lot. I have a lot of implant parts. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, most of those came from not the. Most of the implant parts came from that tournament thing that was in Macarena Official. Hornet Blockhorn. That actually does sound kind of fun. Oh, let's go. For you, it's still top 10? Okay. How come? Like, what is it? What is it that makes it top 10? Because, I mean, like, you could say, oh, I think it's good mech, therefore it's gotta be top 10. That's not really how it works. I would agree, it's pretty good. I mean, it's usable. You could use it in a competitive match and not do terribly with it. Ha! Let's get the... Oh, no, you done messed up, son. You done messed up. Actually, yeah, this isn't too bad. Especially if I'm able to grab stealth. Stealth is an important thing. Okay. How much is the venom damage on this, I wonder? It seems not terrible. $4.5k per tick, and it takes like, I don't know, 10 times. Nope. Nope. I'm dead. Yup. You're saying hello. Do this. Brother, you should have shot the other guy first. Oh my god. Whatever. It's Revoker's Surge. I don't really expect it to be using his brain much. Wow. Yes, yeah, I just freaking got obliterated, bro. Oh, he's got a solid perimeter. That's kind of cool. Well, that didn't do a lot of damage. Oh, he died. Ah, he died. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. Was that a mimicker? I never understood what those do. Yeah, it basically just copies the ability. Well, it doesn't really copy the ability. Oh, okay. It basically just scans an enemy mech, and then depending on the roll, it'll give you either stealth, a shield, a damage boost, or healing. I think all your rockets missed that eclipse. Yeah, that's what makes Viper bad, is that it's fully reliant on the rockets to do even remotely good damage. So all an enemy has to do is just be in a stealth mech, which, surprise, surprise, happen to be some of the best, most OP mechs out there. It just has to be in a stealth mech, and then basically all of your rockets are guaranteed to miss. Is it worth it getting to endgame? Does it ruin the fun and variety? I mean, it depends. To some extent, I mean, like, to some extent, I'd actually say that my max Paragon with mods is actually more effective than most people's Paragon. You know, if they were going to use it in their 5k hanger, they'd get absolutely sacked. So. Is a 16 working? I mean, it's working in the sense that it shoots and it deals damage sometimes. Venom damage, 69,000. Very nice. Nah, it's actually 68, but... Okay, so the damage per magazine is the same as the venom damage. The venom damage... That's the total damage, I suppose, yeah. That's interesting. That's not bad, no. That's not bad. Because, like... The 12, I guess, like, the higher energy you get, the more of a difference it makes. Because you get more damage per shot, more damage per magazine, but you also get more venom damage. That's interesting. Yeah, 16 might be half decent. Blockhorn Hornet. I'll do it. I'll do it in a second. I want to give each mech at least like 2 chances, especially if it doesn't last for very long. The base damage of Hornet 16 is better than Pod 16. Pod 16, well, pod guns, all of them have like a 50% double damage chance, so you have to take that into account. But yeah, in general, yeah, that's... If you account the venom damage, then it's like basically double the base damage per mag. So that's, I mean, it's not bad. You like pods better anyway? Honestly, fair enough. Pod guns feel much nicer. This weapon feels janky as hell, bro. I don't even know what it is. Like, I think the faster projectile speed actually kind of works against it. Like, it has faster projectiles. The projectiles, I think, are smaller, and they do immediate damage. You would think that Hornet would just be better than pod gun, but it's not, bro. Well, you would think that it at least feels nicer to use, but it doesn't. Escape, hello, how are you? You just got Revokers today and they're totally broken? Yeah, that's what I've been saying for a long time. The devs can't nerf anything, so... Oh. Please don't. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know what it is. It's like when I'm like on like an incline here, normally I think my projectiles would go over it. But here, like half of them hit the freaking ground. It's so weird, and it feels terrible. Honestly, it feels terrible to use. It's not... I don't think it is bad, but it feels really bad. That's a Hellfire Redox build of champions. Oh, that's the... Bro, what's with people and using EM rifles nowadays? They should add a refund system. It's easy to throw out ideas without thinking too much about what would happen. Yeah. A refund system would not fit well with the game the way that it currently is. I mean, like... Okay. Bye-bye. Minigun sir. That's kind of... Why does he have a level 1 epic blockade? I'm very confused, bro. It's kind of a cool build, though. Bro, why am I stuck with stupid spots? That's cool. Disc launcher feels way nicer to use than Hornet, which is sad because it's like there's almost no way that it's better, like legitimately, but it feels nicer anyway. Am I? I almost. Surgebot actually swung around for back damage. Real. Oh, nice. He died. The bot got him. Let's see. Oh, okay. At least I'm doing better than you. Oh my goodness, dude. Scorpius' ability is becoming increasingly annoying. It doesn't do much damage at all, but it just feels very annoying. I mean, yeah, that's... Wow, okay. 2 beacons beats 6 kills, I guess. After you buy something, you have 1 or 2 days to get a refund. It'd be cool. Okay. I mean, at that point, why not just, like... I would say let people try out stuff. Like, if you go into a custom match, allow people to pick whatever mech and weapon that they want. It's only bots, right? So they were not going to be able to fight players with it. They'd only be able to fight bots, but they get to kind of get a feel for what they have, as opposed to, yeah, just like constantly buying new stuff, dumping it a couple days later to get an even newer thing, and then dumping it a couple days later to get an even newer thing. I don't recommend people buying Gemini at this point. I mean, it's pretty good, honestly. I'd say it's pretty good, but maybe that's just me. Be really satisfying if you open some fortune crates. I probably will when the next mech comes out, because when the next mech comes out, I'm gonna need credits, bro. So I'm probably just gonna, like, spam open a bunch of 10s. But what I also might do is make either a video or a short where I just, like, open a bunch of these to basically just kind of like make a point. Because one thing that I've been telling people a lot of, that I don't really have a video showing it, but like I tell people, is that fortune keys are actually a great way of getting A coins. You just have to keep opening the 10s, and you'll get a lot of skins, obviously, and you'll get a lot of credits, but you will get A coins sometimes, and the amount of A coins that you get is actually pretty respectable. So, like, you should be playing tournaments, but you shouldn't be playing tournaments for the A coins, because they don't give you crap in terms of A coins in the tournament. You should be playing tournament for the fortune keys. So, like, ignore everything else. The amount of credits that you get is garbage. The amount of crates that you get is garbage. The amount of A coins that you get is garbage. Go only for the fortune keys. If you're in a position where you're gonna get at most 3 fortune keys, and then but somebody else might pass you and make it so you only get 2. It's like it's 1 fortune key difference. It doesn't really matter, right? Just let them pass you. Don't waste your time. It's like look at it in terms of fortune keys and not A coins, I would say. Wouldn't spamming the 5s give more credits? No, actually, because if I wanted to convert my A coins into credits, the more even considering the conversion rate, I actually did the math on both of them. And the 10 is the best, just straight up, flat out. Even if you were going to convert A coins into credits with the really crappy conversion rate. Gemini kind of slaps. Just say that's what I'm saying, bro. Alright. Let's go with Blockhorn. Cooldown duration. I'm gonna go cooldown and damage boost. I don't remember if this implant actually works or not. Do I want the range? I might keep the range on there, whatever. They should make the same conversion rate for credits to A coins. That would be funny. No. See, people think about that and they suggest that strictly as a way for them to get more A coins. It's literally just like, oh, I wonder how many A coins I could get if I could convert credits into A coins. Oh, that I could get quite a few A coins if I did that. That'd be cool. Let's suggest it, right? So but it doesn't make any sense. If you have one currency that can be converted to another currency, and then that currency could be converted back to the other currency, why do you even have 2 currencies? Just have one. There'd be literally no point in 2 currencies if you could convert them both ways. There just wouldn't. Now, if they wanted to merge the currencies and just have one currency and just work with that, now I'd be okay with that, right? I'd be perfectly fine with that. That'd be great. But that's not what they do, and it doesn't make sense to convert both ways if there's 2 currencies. Gemini Outlaw is your favorite, honestly based. Ringer, hello. Pro tip, buy the current Nomad for $50. Oh, hell no. I think I saw one for us like 20 bucks or something like that. Okay, yeah, you did. It's only like rank 3, I think, but... Let me just... Yep, sucks to suck. Get the 9,300 A coins instead of the 8,000 A coins for 50. Oh, there's an offer for... Oh, he's right there. I wasn't paying attention, bro. There's an offer for rank 5 Nomad for 50. Yeah, that's actually not bad. If you already have it, especially, yeah, you'll get the compensation, and the compensation's pretty decent. Bro, actually some of the best A-coin deals that you can get are not A-coin deals at all, but those offers, right? The, like, especially when something comes out for free-to-play, a lot of times they'll have, like, weapon bundles where it's like you can get every energy capacity of a single weapon. Alright, cool story, bro. But yeah, you can get like every energy capacity of a single weapon. If you already have that weapon, then like buying it. In several cases, I've seen basically like 20. It's like 20,000 A coins for 80 bucks. Like that's a lot right there, bro. Considering what it normally costs, like that's crazy. Guys, don't kill me. It's really not cool. I mean, I got time, so I'll just... Oh, well. He's gonna turn around and kill me, yeah. 200 for like 10 cents, that's crazy. Battle of the Ages. He's gonna kill himself faster than I can kill him. That was his last one, let's go, okay. Max, hello. Welcome back. Can't believe some people spend $100 on making a video game. Yeah, honestly. But I mean, some people got the money. Some people got way more money than you or me do. It's not as big of a deal to them. Cowdosia, hello. Being killed by a parasite is frustrating as your teammates kill you. Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. I think bots shouldn't get access to certain mechs. But I don't know, bro. It is crazy. Like, the Revoker challenge that a lot of people are doing right now. I was trying to finish that, and if I finished it, then I would have been able to. To have like an extra 5,000 A coins for the giveaway from this month. which you should have already gotten. Anybody who won, you should have already gotten your prize, by the way. But yeah, I couldn't finish it because all of the bots had bastions and stuff. It was just really annoying. Oh great, this guy's got at least Revoker Surge, but probably Revoker Eclipse as well. If Acorns were much easier to get, what would you get first? Minigun. It's a weapon that's just unearthly expensive, but it's really good. Like it's genuinely good, but it's kind of not worth the cost because it's just so many acorns, bro. Wow. I don't know how much of that damage I did with the venom, but it's actually not too bad. Brother, stop. Brother, stop. I can't hit this guy. You see it? Like, it's terrible. Bye. You sniper on Parasite? Which sniper? I did try Tetra on it. It's pretty decent. But Tetra Rifle in general is just it's a nice weapon. I like it. I mean, it's not meta, but it's a nice weapon. I love seeing them just die because they shot me too much. Freaking nerds. Uh-oh. Yeah, I was gonna leech him, but it can't. Wow. Okay. Thick house. Oh no, it's the Scorpions. Bro, I wish Brick House was better. It's a cool mech. I like it, but it just sucks. May as well reload both. Really? I'm not doing any damage to that. It's interesting. Very interesting, dude. This barrier's gonna go down pretty soon. Ow. I really need to keep my distance with that blast RPG build. The thing does not deal damage. Yeah. Dang. Oh, there was two of them. The Graviton surges. Very scary. Hey, cut that out. Hi. Who remembers Stalker Shotgun 8? That was pretty crazy. You feel the same about Bastion? Looks cool on paper, but doesn't do much in practice? Yeah. That is, yeah, no, that is just kind of the thing with Bastion. Part of the problem is, like, even, let's say, like, it basically specializes in, stop doing it. It basically specializes in close quarters, right? It's the only thing it can do, is it can potentially keep people from rushing you. But then again, if a surge rush, one of the, like, there's basically, like, the most common things to rush you are dash mechs, right? Really good against Nomad. Well, I can't even say really good against Nomad. If a Nomad dashes at you, your shield goes down. It has 3 seconds of resistance, which more or less counters your 3 seconds of EMP. If a Surge dashes you and takes your shield down, it's EMP'd for 3 seconds, but then you're EMP'd for 4, probably longer if they have a duration implant. So everything that's aggressive that would most likely be rushing a Bastion, most things that a Bastion should be good against are just much better and naturally counter the Bastion's ability. So it's just not good. I wouldn't even say, like, more damage would not fix it. A larger radius wouldn't fix it. More HP or more speed, none of those things would fix it. I think the only thing that could realistically fix it is actually EMP time. But I don't want that. I don't want more EMP time, because EMP is the stupidest thing in the game. And I really, really, really want it to be, I really want there to be less, not more. So I'm not gonna go out to the devs and be like, hey, you guys should increase the EMP time for Bastion. Nah. If anything, they should just decrease the EMP time for everything else. Or rework EMP entirely. I don't think that there should be any ability or status effect or anything in the game that keeps you from being able to move at all. Or keeps you from being able to play the game at all, I should say. You can't shoot, you can't use your ability, you can't move. You should be able to do at least one of those 3 things. Shoot, use ability, move. One of those needs to be on the table. Because otherwise you're just sitting there, you know, twiddling your thumbs, waiting for it to be over, and it's the most frustrating feeling in the whole world. And that's why, especially Bastion bots are extremely annoying. Depends if the Bastion gets where he wants to defend. But again, just like the moment he gets rushed by anything, like a Surge or a Nomad or an Eclipse, which are the 3 most common things for people to use, it's just GG, it just loses. Because all of those things naturally counter. All of those abilities naturally counter Bastion's ability. Yeah, Bastion can do well. There's some situations where it can do really well, but it's few and far between, right? It's not going to consistently do well. But it does feel really nice when it does. It's a fast-paced game, in my opinion. EMP shouldn't even exist. Exactly. Well, not in the current state. That's what I'm saying. It's like, they can keep EMP, but they should change it to where you can at least do one of those 3 things. Either you can move, you can shoot, or you can use the ability. System Crash is perfect, because it keeps you from using your ability and shooting. But it doesn't stop you from moving. Right? You can still move. If they made one where it stops you from moving, but you can still shoot, I would be okay with that. It just sticks you in place. That's fine. A slower stasis? I mean, like, if it penalized your turn speed, if it made it so that you couldn't turn very fast, and it made it so you couldn't move for a few seconds and you couldn't turn very fast while you were stuck, that would be fine. So long as you can at least use, even if it kept you from using your ability, so long as it at least allows you to shoot. Because otherwise it's just pathetic. Which mechs are able to withstand camper seekers? I mean, Eclipse, because it has stealth. Bastion is able to, because if it tries to teleport onto you, then it's just going to EMP itself. It's one of the few uses for Bastion. Otherwise, Surge is just kind of the same thing, but better. You just have to turn around and use your ability. It's like the sniper meta health doesn't matter, only your ability does, because even the tankiest mechs don't survive Revoker surges. An interesting argument that I hear a lot is that Revokers need to be as OP as they are, because otherwise nothing's going to be able to deal with mods. But like, to those people, like, I have to say, what define deal with mods, right? Like, there's a... I think what you really mean is that nothing else is able to kill things quite so fast. But that was the point, was to not kill things quite so fast. But I mean, if that's what people want, then that's, I mean, fair enough. I think the game is supposed to be faster paced and it should have relatively low TTK. But it shouldn't only be Revoker that does that, right? Like, that's kind of not the problem. Do you recommend buying Bastion? No, absolutely not. They could make a mod for EMP, it could withstand maybe 2 or 3 EMPs and then it's gone. I really like the way that War Robots does it. I know it's terrible saying that, but they have a module that you can equip that essentially prevents status effects from applying to you one time. As soon as someone tries to apply a status effect onto you, it just immediately removes it. And then that module goes into a cooldown phase where after that, there's a period of time where they can apply as many status effects as they want to you. And then, yeah, it's basically just a passive ability, you know? It's like it automatically triggers on certain... I was gonna say, I saw a Revoker's Eclipse and I was like, hold on, that's not a bot. Even bots aren't that lame. What are you doing, pal? What was he doing? Okay. I'm confused. Anti-control, good old anti-control, exactly. Please don't. Bro, please don't. I can't do anything to this guy. All of them are... all of them are, oracled. Just kill me, dude. This guy's just sitting back and letting his bots absolutely carry him. What in the world? These are all bots, by the way. The most aggro bots I've ever seen in a day in my life. Pablo, hello. How do you counter Hemlock and Gemini in early game? Some things you just kind of can't counter very well. A lot of things require stealth and speed, which you don't really get access to early in mid-game. So the only realistic counter is to get Shadow, which is just otherwise terrible. And there's, like, obviously nobody's gonna get that. Okay. A Jover Gatecrasher. Very cool. Stop. Ow, bro. Oh. I thought I could clear it by teleporting, but no. Didn't do it. The best spot in Robots is Leo and New. Well, that's just because they're new. That's basically what happens every time something new comes out. In that game, anyway. That's what I'm saying. Like, if War Robots was balanced the way that Mech Arena was, I think everybody would love War Robots. Because, I mean, Mech Arena's not, like, super well balanced, but it's at least much more balanced. Bro, freaking Matilda, or whatever his name is, just got absolutely carried by bots. I mean, he got more kills than me anyway. There's a new robot which is like a sword fighting robot. You mean the one that's AI generated? You cannot convince me that that was not just a thing where it's like, they just asked freaking ChatGPT, make me a cool robot with a sword. Is the most AI thing I've ever seen in my life. It's so cringe. What else you guys want to say? Someone who's asking for Dreadnought. It's freaking... Bro, this skin is so weird looking. I might use this one. Looks slightly better with the weapon. Oh my, that's too late, bro. Have you seen the Bjorn Titan? Oh, yeah. I've seen basically everything. The only thing I'm not really familiar with is the weapons. I've stopped trying to remember those things' names. I don't play War Robots, but I do kind of loosely keep up with what goes on there. Just because, I mean, it's just kind of interesting to see how the game devolves. I used to play it forever ago. Do you recommend upgrading a Lancer? No. You shouldn't even upgrade it, let alone rank it up. I feel like when people say upgrade, half the time they really mean rank up, but it's not the same thing, and it shouldn't be considered the same thing. An upgrade is a bad decision. A rank up is an absolute waste. Is there a player on the other team? No, there's not. Okay. It's unfortunate. That's a minigun Sentinel. I want to run a minigun Sentinel. I wish Sentinel was good, but it's not. Bro, get out of my damn way. I'd love to kill this guy, but y'all aren't letting me. It's ridiculous. Oh wait, what? I don't have the range for that? What is my range? I thought it was like 130. No, don't do it. Don't do... Ow. Can't even fire both of these at the same time, bro. It's ridiculous. How does he get up to this beacon? Like, how does he spawn back there, get all the way up here, and then my boss just literally can't kill him? That is ridiculous, man. Hornet is best for small robots that can disappear from the radar and hide. I mean, it sounds legit, but I know that you just, like, made that up. Because you probably don't have it. You just like, oh, well, it kind of makes sense. So I'll just say it. You could make anything sound like it makes sense. The thing with the lower energy Hornets is that they do like 0 damage. Like for as little damage as the 16 does, the other ones do like 0 damage. I have the 12 and I've tried the 12 and it's terrible. Have you seen Ultimate Omega? Yes, again, I've seen basically everything. I've probably seen every robot and titan and stuff. I've probably seen every weapon too. I just don't remember what their names are because they give the weapons some weird names. I think if they gave all tanks the same stats, their hierarchy still wouldn't change at all. Yeah, probably true. Gotta go back to work. Alright, escape. Take care. Can I do your dream hangar? Not today, no. I'm not gonna promise that I'll do it later, though. I go through them, and I look to see which ones are interesting. Usually what I look for is at least one build that I know that I would change. Because if it's a super meta hangar, and I know that like I'd make it, and basically my feedback would be like, good. This is good. I wouldn't change anything. Like, I wouldn't even bother running it. So, the people who have really good hangars, you probably already know that you have a really good hangar. So there's kind of no point in me using it. And use Hornet if you destroy one robot while hiding. Then tactically, you should move to the other side of the map. You forget that you're chat GPTing this, aren't you? Like, that's the sort of thing that... It's the illusion of advice based on confidence, right? He's saying it, and he's giving what appears to be details, but it's basically just, you're supposed to do this because you do this, because I say it does better. Like, that's his reasoning, right? You could be right, but you could be wrong. I have no reason to believe that you're correct. I don't really have much reason to believe that you're wrong either. But it is interesting that you're, like, tripling down. You're, like, tripling down on this thing. You don't understand it's what you did? Okay. So what do you use it on? What SP are you? More than likely, you got, like, the 8 or the 12, and you're at, like, maybe 5k SP. And the reason that it does well is because every legendary weapon does significantly better at lower SP. Why is that the case? The reason that all legendary weapons do much better at lower SP is because most lower SP players aren't using legendary stuff. They're using, like, epic stuff, which, by the way, not only is it about not only are they usually a couple ranks lower just in general, but also the stats of a legendary mech at rank 5 are roughly 1 rank higher than the stats of an epic mech at rank 5. So a rank 4 killshot, for example, versus a rank 5 nomad. Disregarding the ability details of the nomad that make it significantly better, the killshot stats itself are about 2 ranks lower. Even though the mech itself is 1 rank lower, it's also a grade lower, which makes the stats itself about 2 ranks lower. So just by fighting lower tier stuff with high tier, and by tier I mean grade, so low grade mechs with high grade weapons being legendary, it makes those weapons seem much better. This is the reason that everybody says Viper's super OP is because they got the 6, and they're using it on Ares, and they're cleaning up with it, but little do they know that Viper's not really that good outside of the early game. Same thing with, like, Repeater. Repeater is strong when you first get it because it's a legendary weapon, but it's not going to do much apart from like tier 2, tier 3, or not tier 2, tier 3, tier 3, tier 4, maybe tier 5 in the gear hub. Nobody says robots when it's literally Mech Arena. I say, I mean, robots is, if you're talking about war robots, or if you're talking about war robots Frontiers, which is a different game that I actually play, then they're called robots and not mechs. So, like, sometimes I accidentally say robot instead of mech. It's fine. It's the same thing. Everybody knows what you're talking about. Like, in order to correct somebody, you have to first have already known what they were talking about or what they were trying to say. So it's not like they didn't get their point across. Your rank is not dependent on whether you win or lose. Correct. The problem with Mech Arena is that it doesn't match your opponents well with the rank you're using. The problem is, so partly what you're trying to say is that well, I'm not really okay. I'm not gonna put words in your mouth and try to say what you're trying to say, because I maybe don't understand fully what you're trying to say. But it seems like part of what you are implying is that the SP system in general is not really doing the thing that it should be doing, and I agree with that. The SP system is really bad. If you take like a Max Tengu versus a Max Surge, the SP of a Max Tengu is actually like incredibly similar to a Max Surge, and it's wild. It shouldn't be like that, obviously, because a Surge is way freaking better. Did I kill him? I didn't kill him. That's ridiculous. So yeah, in that regard, brother, stop. In that regard, the SP system in general is just not particularly accurate. That's Disruptor. Okay. Oh, it was Disruptor. What rank was that? He was in Stealth, so I don't know how much HP he had or how many mods he had, if any, but it seemed to go down way quicker than I was expecting to, anyway. Hey, Sean, welcome back. You made your Guardian look like Green Goblin. Very cool. I mean, I assume so, I don't know. Okay. That's a Redeemer. The status of your robot and the weapon you are using is not necessarily the same as the opponent's. Correct, but they can't always perfectly match the rank and grade. First off, the grades are not the same. In order for any of that to even be remotely useful, you have to actually make sure that weapons like Repeater are just as effective as weapons like Revoker, which they're not. Right? So that would only really be effective if weapon performance was actually strictly dependent on grade. Now, like I said, the even really bad legendary weapons can seem strong when you're low SP, simply because of the grade difference. But even when you have equal grades, then it's a completely different story. But anyway, to say that in order to match someone, every mech and every weapon in their hangar should be the same rank and the same grade, meaning rarity, like, you know, common, uncommon, whatever. That would basically guarantee that nobody ever fights players. Like, it's hard enough to get players as it is. Like, they have to make sacrifices for matchmaking. Every game does. Because there's just not many players that are in the exact same position as you. And it would be really easy to cheat the system, too. What Mech Arena has is partially a skill-based matchmaking system, which I don't really agree with part of the way that it works, but the essence of it is something that I think is good, because it means that if you do really well and you win all of your matches, it's going to give you tougher opponents in terms of like SP, in terms of what stuff they have. So without that, wow, the bot carried me, bro. That's wild. Without that aspect of skill-based matchmaking, which again is not perfect, and it sometimes is just completely, sometimes the matches that it gives you are just completely ridiculous. But so I'm not looking for sob stories. Nobody else is like I don't care about your unfair matchmaking. I know everybody gets it. But without that aspect of skill-based matchmaking, it would mean that someone could, in essence, just use a bunch of rank 1, rank 2 stuff as, you know, as a max player like myself. I could just use a bunch of rank 1, rank 2 stuff and then just do nothing except beat up on a bunch of noobs, people who have been playing the game for less than a week. And I could just do that over and over and over again. Now, I did that for, I don't know, maybe a week or so, when I made a new account, right? And so obviously it does happen. If I was to just keep creating new accounts over and over and over again and get all of them to like, I don't know, 2k SP and just like keep creating new accounts, that would be ridiculous. And that would be really lame on my part, because I'm basically just saying like, well, okay, I can't win unless I'm fighting people who literally don't know how to play the game. Like, that would be pathetic. And that's why I don't do that. That's why I don't plan on making another free-to-play account. So without that, some aspect of skill-based matchmaking, people could do that. And I think it's important to keep people from doing that, because they will, especially when there's like acoins on the line in the form of tournaments. Just drop your SP, you get more acoins. I mean, people already do that, but it'd just be easier without it. Tanking would be much less of an issue if they just addressed specific outliers instead of buffing every legendary item. It would also be much less of an issue if there wasn't such a performance gap between the grades. What interested me is that, I mean, because I made a poll about this. Let me drag this to the end. I made a poll about this a while. It wasn't that long ago, actually. But I asked people, I was like, what would be the ideal way to make low-tier mechs more useful, right? Basically, like, what would you do? Because everybody dislikes the system, where, you know, freaking Paragon is just like, there's no point in buying and upgrading Juggernaut, for example. Like, why would you do that? Most people's solution, almost everyone unanimously agreed, 63% agreed that they didn't want to make that low tier stuff better. They simply wanted to make it cheaper, and that was it. Cheaper to upgrade, specifically. Because they're already cheaper to buy, because they're lower rank. But specifically, they just want that lower tier stuff to be cheaper to upgrade, which I think it should be cheaper to upgrade, but I mean, like, myself personally, if I was going to pick one, I would say just make the performance gap smaller. Like I've been saying for the past, I don't know, a couple months or so, I've explicitly stated, like, in my personal opinion, obviously everybody's got their own opinion, in my personal opinion, a rank 6 legendary mech should be about as good as like a maxed common mech, or a rank 5 legendary should be about as good as a rank 6 common mech. So basically, like, there's about a rank difference in the stats and performance, which is still a difference, right? The common, uncommon stuff is still just objectively worse, but it's not that much worse. And that's part of the problem, is that there's certain mechs, just like Nomad, where it's like, you get it at rank 3, you could be fighting enemies that are rank 4, but if they just don't have the right stuff, if they don't have legendary stuff, then they're cooked. There's kind of nothing they can do, because Nomad's just so much stronger than them. Does any game have good matchmaking? It's a fair argument. It's a fair argument, and I'm glad that you brought that up, because most people don't like to bring that up. It's hard to, I mean, good matchmaking is very, very difficult. Almost no game has it. Lower leagues, you see some interesting setups. Yeah. And more things are useful, because like I said, at lower SP, the really bad legendary weapons are at least pretty usable. Just because of the grade that they're at. I see players that don't drop, but they only buy 2 mechs, Dreadnought and Nomad with Revoker 6, and just stay at 1 KSP. Yeah. It's not tanking, but it is definitely exploiting. Add less legendary and more epic or rare. Why? So that those mechs can also be worse. Like, saturating the pool of worse stuff is actually not going to make people more likely to get it. It's not. They're just going to... It's just more stuff for people to not want so that they can go for the legendary stuff. I actually think unless they close the performance gap a bit, it's actually counterproductive to make rare and epic mechs and weapons. You can personally say that you've played with weak weapons and mechs against much stronger ones than me, and you've that's mangled. Managed to win more than once. Yeah, everybody has. That's part of skill-based matchmaking. That's matchmaking saying, okay, there's this guy who's got worse stuff but higher skill, and then there's this guy who probably bought a bunch of stuff but hasn't been playing for any longer than like a week. So he has better stuff but less skill. Let's pit them together. We think the match would be pretty close. And more often than not, people who complain about getting put up against really strong opponents, they usually end up winning those matches. It's a pattern that I've found. A lot of the time it's on purpose, unless the enemy's tanking, right? Unless the enemy's like SP dropping by making all of their hanger really weak except for 1 mag. So unless they're doing that, most quote unfair matches that people tell me about, when I actually press them about it, when I'm like, okay, did you win that match? They're like, well, yeah, but like I felt like it should have been easier. It's like, come on, bro. That's just what skill-based matchmaking is. I mean, you can dislike the concept of skill-based matchmaking. That's perfectly fine. But like I said, without some aspect of skill-based matchmaking, you'd end up with situations where it's even easier to tank, and I don't think that that's a good idea either. What do you think about long-range, long-arm weapons? Long-arm is a long-range weapon. What do you mean? What do I think about sniper weapons in general? They need to either fix mods so that they don't make sniper weapons useless, or they need to give shield pierce to more sniper weapons. I get your point about the ranks, but then why would people get legendary stuff if the difference between legendary and rare or common isn't that big? The value wouldn't be good at all? Well, they could lower their cost, but that's exactly the point. That's exactly the point, is to make it so that you're not literally obliged to get legendary stuff in order to compete. If you wanted to play at max level with a Paragon, you absolutely could. That's what I want the game to be. I want everything to be useful, everything to be usable. Maybe not, I mean, the lower energy weapons obviously will never be usable because mech energy increases when you rank it up, which is a completely different issue. Which, by the way, going back to the difference between ranks, a rank 5 legendary versus a rank 4 epic, there's 2 ranks of stat differences in terms of just HP and ability damage, but that's not even including the difference in energy capacity. So it's, yeah, no, the difference is massive. The difference is massive. But yeah, exactly. You basically just like saying my point. It's like, I don't think that it should be basically mandatory to buy and upgrade to primarily and solely and only go for legendary stuff because it's the best stuff. I think everything should have a place. And if you want to be as min-maxy as possible, and if you want to not, if you want to have the absolute best hanger, which a lot of people do. Most people, I would say actually a lot of people just want to have the best stuff just because it's the best stuff. they'll still go for the legendary stuff because it's better, right? It's battle ranks difference. Well, I mean, like, the difference between epic and legendary would be pretty small, but it still would be there, and people would still go for legendary stuff over, in most cases. So they would still primarily gravitate toward legendary stuff. So it's not like people wouldn't try to get it, it's just that it wouldn't be necessary. Would you agree that they could give out players huge amounts, like 5 million credits and 10,000 acorns to players who started out in, like, 2021? I'm assuming you started in 2021. Call it a hunch. What mechs do you usually use for snipers? I mean, the only really effective mech for snipers at my SP, which is, like, against a lot of enemies with a lot of mods, is Orion. Unless I'm using Tetra, then you could use it on a lot of other things. You can't keep padding the legendary grade for too long. I feel they'll soon release a new grade diamond or something. Yeah. I mean, we talked about that in the dev vlog, right? Let me start another one. Did I say dev vlog? I meant the interview that I had with Pasha. That was my bad. So, oh nice. So a thing that we did kind of go over, was the possibility of a new grade above legendary. And I was like, well, you know, like, it kind of seems like it's just a matter of time. And he agreed with me, right? He was like, yeah, we're kind of talking about whether or not we're gonna have to add a new grade, because we can't just keep adding stuff to legendary. And, you know, eventually it might just get to that point. He said that they haven't really talked about it and they don't want to do it anytime soon, but it is probably a thing that they're going to have to do at some point. Which I already knew. Like, they didn't have to tell me for that to be true. I already knew that it was gonna... It's something that was almost bound to happen eventually. The way that games like Warrobots gets around doing that, because Warrobots doesn't do it, but the way that they get around doing it is that they just... Wow, I didn't kill him. That's wild. The way they get around doing that is that they just nerf a bunch of the old stuff. So they essentially lower the grade of all the stuff that used to be meta. They don't, like, legitimately lower the grade, but they just nerf it to where it's not good anymore, right? So you can avoid making new grades if you just keep nerfing stuff. But Mech Arena doesn't want to do that, and honestly, I would hope that they don't do that. Because that sounds terrible. Is he gonna get back up there? He's gonna get back up there, bro. Okay. It's a fair argument. Podgun Nomad. It's not bad build, actually. Bro, these things. The way that these fire is terrible, dude. I don't know what it is. They don't feel good at all. Like, they don't feel good to use, I mean. Like, look at that, like, I'm trying to... I feel like most weapons I probably could shoot over this, but these just, like, they keep hitting the walls and stuff. At least you can come sideways pretty well. The next league should be Mythic right after Legendary. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. That's probably what they'll call it. I mean, I'm not particularly looking forward to them making another tier or grade or whatever. But if they're going to call it something, it's probably going to be Mythic. Oh, okay, bye. Go down to the right and ride to the end of the map? I mean, I could, but I don't have much reason to do that. There's no real reason not to either. It's just, I don't know. You already win. It's like, you may as well just kind of stay where I'm at. You commented on Warrobots, one of their new videos? Okay, cool. I don't know what that has to do with me, though. Would you agree? Because most SP droppers I see started out in 2021 and 2022. Oh yeah, the SP droppers should definitely be rewarded, bro. You guys have made our matchmaking so beautiful. We want to reward you. I think what they should do is they should punish tanking a lot more. I think it should be something that has actual repercussions, as opposed to people tanking and then everybody's expected to feel sorry for them. Poor tankers, they just want easy A coins. Dude got that from Call of Duty Mobile. There's other games that have mythic rarities, right? I think that's just like, I mean, like, what is it, like, common... Is it like common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary? I think sometimes people don't use... Which one is it? Is it either uncommon or epic? That some games don't use and they just skip it, go right to legendary. Because I think most games have 4 tiers, including legendary. But then a lot of games go further than that, and I think mythic is a relatively common one to use. Like, a lot of games use the same terminology for that sort of thing. Is what I'm trying to say. Would dual graviton salver work good? I don't think so. It requires too much exposure time. You want a weapon that... I mean, like, pod gun's good for salver, because you don't have to expose yourself. Salver's very, very weak in terms of HP. But if you can't use a weapon that has, like, homing or something like that, then you should probably use a weapon that has decent range, but also has really good killing power up close. So, like, Missile Rack and Storm Rack are good examples of that, because... basically, you just want you want really good damage up close. If somebody were to rush you, then you want to be able to kill them as fast as possible. Because otherwise you're cooked. Like, you can't brawl with them. You can't be using a sustained fire weapon on them, because it's just probably not going to work. I mean, you could, but it's probably not going to work very well. Which they would consider making more energy variation for the low tier weapons. I get what you're saying, yeah. But again, it's kind of just one of those things, it's like people... I think most people just wouldn't care. Most people wouldn't get them. Most people only care about legendary stuff right now. Because legendary stuff's kind of the only stuff that's good. I might use this one, but bro, this skin's just so clean. I like it. I like it a lot. But the weapon's kind of chaotic. And the skin is a bit more chaotic, so I'll probably use it. Man, Salver is tall. If they introduce Mythic, they should definitely lower the gap between tiers. I would hope so, bro. I would hope so. But yeah, the main problem, I think, is they just need to lower the performance gap, honestly. But like I said, like, if you actually were to just, like, if you were just to ask people what their opinion is, the majority of people, according to the poll that I made anyway, which obviously doesn't poll everybody, but the majority of people, as far as I can tell, don't care about the performance gap. They're perfectly fine with the fact that legendary stuff is just way better than common stuff, and you literally will never be able to use common stuff in a late game capacity effectively. It's just not going to happen. They're perfectly okay with that. What they want is they just want the lower tier stuff to be cheaper to upgrade. Which I do agree with, but I feel like that's not the biggest problem, but I mean... Can't exactly argue with the majority of players, right? Like if the game, if the devs wanted to satisfy the majority of players, they would do that, right? They wouldn't lower the performance gap. They'd just make his stuff cheaper. Whoops. That was a misclick, but I ended up clicking on the right thing, so let's go. They don't care about balance. Players don't care about balance. That's the thing. It's like, I don't know why the devs should care about balance if the players don't. You use purple weapons and you can handle gold weapons. Bro, you have not been playing for any longer than like a month, have you? It's called skill-based matchmaking. There's always going to be people who are worse than you, who have better stuff. And matchmaking is always going to be willing to put you up against them. I'm probably cooked. Yep, I knew that search was going to come in for me. Hey there. Blast RPG. Freaking, Key Crusher. Trying to remember what the name was. Oh, great, he's got a Storm Rack lace wing. It's kind of GG for me. You couldn't at least wait until... Oh, okay, well, I mean, at least you killed him. Can't complain too much. 1v1, right? Yeah. Oh, that's nice. If I had guided weapons, that would actually be really useful. But I don't, so it's not really useful. Mm-hmm. Yo, what in the world killed me? Okay. Oh, yeah. Radius the size of the sun. Oh, but he is dead, surprisingly. He has a rare damaging. He's got an Aegis, too. Aegis is nice. Oh, dang. That's not good. Brother, what are my bots doing? I feel like they're not really doing anything. I mean, obviously I can't sneak around anywhere because he knows where I'm at because of the thing. I actually wonder if the, well, wonder if the bots will act like they know where I'm at because of this thing. I mean, obviously they know where I'm at all the time, but I wonder if they'll act like they know where I'm at. Because they're not, I mean, I already lose, doesn't matter. Because they're not supposed to act like they know where I'm at. You've had an account since November 5th of 2023. That's interesting. You still don't know what things are called. I'm assuming you didn't play it very much, and you picked it up kind of recently. Picked it up again kind of recently. It's fair. It's fine. I'm just saying, like. The way that you're talking makes me think that you haven't been playing for very long. Is Hornet OP? Yes, very OP. You see how quickly I won that last match? It's crazy. Most players buy stuff, but the player base has gone down a lot. That's like the title of his autobiography, bro. Every word is capitalized. The developers of this game seem to be about as smart as most players. The developers really seem underqualified, let's say. because they made that. There's so many bugs. I've never seen a game with this many bugs, bro. It's crazy. This like game-breaking bugs too. I'm not even just saying just like random bugs, but like game-breaking bugs to the point where you're like people's games are literally just dying and they have to restart the game in order to keep playing. Like that's wild. I've never seen a game with that many bugs, and they can't seem to fix them. Every time they try to fix it, they create like 5 more, and there's just so many other things where it's just like it really heavily implies that they've never done this before, right? That they don't have a lot of experience, which it's fine. You got to start somewhere, but I feel like the people who are I feel like the noob developers probably shouldn't be working on a big game. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they should get some experience somewhere else first. The game is the bug. That's crazy. What should be the next free-to-play weapon? I think it's Fuse Mortar. Deadpool, hello. Mech Arena isn't big. It's the second biggest Plarium game, I'm pretty sure. It's big enough. It's not just some small game, right? It's big enough to where they shouldn't have like it shouldn't be the type of game that you put a bunch of developers on who don't know what they're doing, right? If the developers have prior experience, it's probably in a game that's very different. They probably haven't played a shooter game before. Or maybe not played, but they probably haven't developed a shooter game before. You know what we can do to fix the game and make it balanced? Nothing. You can quit. You know, the best way to make people, or the best way to make the game decide that it's time to change is for all of its players to leave. And I'm not saying that we should go on strike. I'm not trying to lead some revolution or something pathetic like that. No. Literally all I'm saying is if you don't enjoy the game, stop playing it. That's what I've done. For the most part, I don't play this game very much because I've stopped enjoying it quite so much. I still enjoy it some, but like not nearly as much as I used to. And so for the most part, I just don't play it very much. And that's just the best way to make the devs realize, like, hey, we need to change some stuff. Or the best way to get them to listen to player feedback. Because if at the end of the day you're just going to, you know, suffer through it and just keep playing the game as it is regardless, then, like, why would they change anything? They know you're gonna keep playing. Why would they change anything? So, yeah, no, I mean, like, people vote with their attention, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't like something, don't buy it. Don't give Mech Arena your money if you don't like the things that they're doing. Don't spend money on them. Don't play the game if you don't enjoy it. Go play something else that you actually enjoy more. And then, if enough people do that, they'll be like, oh, hey, we should probably change some stuff, bro. Like, my mech dies on a daily basis to a beam whippo behind cover, like what? Every word is capitalized. It's crazy. It's like he's captioning something. I mostly hate the glitch where Deathwalker gets stuck on the walls when he respawns. That's only happened to me like once or twice. So to me, it's not like a big deal, but... I know when we play Mech Arena long enough to complete the daily stuff, I don't even do that. I log into Mech Arena probably once every like 2 to 3 days. Some days I only log in to obtain ad rewards without playing a single match. Fair enough, I don't have ads on Plarium Play, so I don't even do that half the time. But yeah, I mean, it'd just be like that. I don't really want to go to the bottom, do I? With this build. Stop that. Come on, bro, where's my range? I thought my range was better than that. Okay, fine. Yeah, see that these inclines, these hills. It's really annoying because I can't really shoot over it very well. I'm gonna run down here. This is kind of dangerous. Uh-oh. At least he's got Revoker. I'm cooked. Yeah. What's the most annoying scout? Surge. Basically anything with EMP. I went back to mobile just for the adder words. Yeah, fair enough. The adder words aren't bad. He probably has range, right? No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't. I think that's the player, bro. What? Oh, what? Is that player with a Zephyr? Gemini Zephyr? No, okay. So it has Gemini, so it's probably it's probably a bot. Yeah. Yeah, get wrecked, idiot. Cool origin story, bro. Thing is, I didn't ask. Yo, is that a Missorek? Missorek 16 Cardi. He's an Eclipse, yeah, cool. I have to do this. Jeez. Yeah, I would have been down to this amount of HP regardless if I had used my shield earlier. He has the range implant on those Revokers. I can tell because of how far they're freaking went, bro. Mess him up, bro. With those strike rockets, I gotta kill him. Wait. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's my bad. Wasn't fast enough. Hey. Okay. Of course he had Graviton Beam, the one thing that counters my Parasite. Like, bruh. Well, it's not the one thing, but, like, the one weapon, I should say, that counters Parasite. Nicholas, hello. How are you? Gate Crasher with Howler, yeah. That's what the bots were using. Range is pretty decent since it helps you damage enemies. It also means that if you miss, it takes a lot longer for it to come back to you. And it takes up an implant slot. Most mechs don't need the range implant. Eclipse, I can kind of understand it, though. Like, on Eclipse, you can use cooldown and duration and Revoker damage, and then still have room for Revoker range. Myself, personally, I'd probably prefer stealth speed, to be honest, but, you know, I can understand people going for Revoker range on Eclipse. But anything else, it's not useful. Let's say anything else, but what I really mean is anything else that you really should be using Revoker on. There's other things that could use range implant, but you probably shouldn't be using Revoker on that mech. If you were to compare Mech Arena as it is today and how it was 2 years ago and how it was before pilots, which state of the game was the best and most entertaining? The best and most entertaining. Was probably before the Great Update. Probably, yeah. Because there's just more stuff. You could use basically anything, and you could do pretty good with it. Like, you could get, like, freaking 10 kills with shotguns. But at the same time, the bots back then would, like, they would at very most have rank 5 stuff. So the bots had really weird builds. And they were literal cannon fodder. Like, they did nothing. So it was a lot easier to get a bunch of kills back then. I don't know. There's pros and cons to all of them. The disc launcher meta was atrocious, though. That's all I know. The implosion doesn't work with parasite ability. It does, but implosion, the reason the graviton beams are really bad is because the implosion has to burn through your shield mod layers first. So it would have, I think my perimeter multi-layer on parasites maxed out. It's not. Okay. So I have 8 layers. It would have had to have applied implosion 8 times on me just to burn through my perimeter multi-layer. After that, I would have been cooked though, because it would have killed the parasite mech itself. It would have killed that in like maybe two or three implosions, and I would have been gone. But with the perimeter multi-layer mod, no, it's just like it's not much you can do. It takes a lot of implosions to burn through that, and that's the reason graviton beam's really bad. I kind of wish that they changed it. At least made it so it's like half and half, whereas like half the damage went to your mod, half the damage went to the mech. I know it's a Hornet test stream, but would you be willing to throw on a Gemini build? Just for the sake of seeing Gemini as a really funny weapon? Sure. This build sucks. I will change it for Gemini. And the reason is because I don't know if I've ever made a video or anything related to Gemini Orion. But oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness, dude. Gemini Orion is like a literal one-shot thing, bro. Let me see. Bro, I don't have any good skins for Orion, I swear. No, this skin is weird. It's like, it's all brown except for right here. Oh, that's not bad. The blue on the end throws me off. Like, it's the only place where there's blue, and that's kind of annoying. But otherwise, it looks kind of clean. It also kind of looks like he's wearing pajamas, but whatever. For some reason, spider mechs are the slowest. Yeah, I mean, in general. I've encountered a parasite, and my god, that was annoying, but my Guardian with Fragment Gun 8 got rid of it. Let's go, bro. You play Gemini Orion, it's literally overkill. That's why I like it, bro. Gemini is one of the few things that keeps me entertained in this game right now. Did I fight a player with this? Oh, that last match was against a player. Yeah, I did. Okay. Any other suggestions? I did Dreadnought and Outlaw and Mimicker and Blockhorn. And I think that's it. I think Hamskun said I was legally obligated to use Redux, but we'll see. 2 for Paragon, 2 for Solus. Ain't no way the 16 does 60k more damage than the 12. Actually, hold on, let me check. Because here's the thing is, like... what I'd found out recently, which is actually very interesting. These are both, yeah, these are both rank 6 level 1. So it's a solid 26-ish, 26,000 damage higher, which is like 50%. So 50% more damage per magazine, which makes sense because it's, well, no, it's not. That doesn't make sense. Why are this thing's stats so high? Does that include damage per magazine 42? Am I tripping? Wait, what's going on? This is multiplied, by the way, because the venom damage is basically the same. Oh, wait, it's not? 51,000 for you. 68,000 for you. Oh, it's because of the damage modifier. Never mind, never mind. I'm stupid. Disregard. There's a damage modifier. So this is doing 20% more than it should. I was gonna say, like, Gemini, or not Gemini, Hornet 16 is actually kind of, it's actually kind of legit. No, it's not. You're talking about Gemini, not Hornet. I know. I was just looking at the Hornet because, like, it was interesting. Well, actually, I didn't know, but I actually don't care. Gemini Orion might be the new EM rifle. I think Railgun Orion's still better than Gemini Orion, like, competitively, but... Have you ever seen Mayor in a match? As in, like, have I ever run into him in the game? No, because we're, like, in complete opposite sides of the world. I'll do Paragon one time. Nobody actually wants to know how this does. They just want to see me run it because I think it's funny. Which is, like, it's fine, but I'm not gonna waste too much time with that. It's P. Did you prove your point against a mayor? What do you mean? One month ago, all I was scared of is, like... Now after I purchased Aegis and Viper 8s, about... Man, this guy is capitalizing really random letters here. About 350-ish SP bump. I'm encountering 18 and 24 energy bots like Surge with Repeater 8 and 10. Okay. Yeah, if you can't handle it, then the game will just stop giving you those bots. Sometimes they'll give you stronger stuff than you can really take care of, just to kind of see if you can deal with it. Because otherwise, how do they really know? No, I'm done. Viper 6 or Stormwreck 6. Viper is not very good. If he freaking linked to me, it would have been GG. I would have offed myself. Dang it. It only takes like 2 rockets, bro. Brother, stop. Bye-bye. Hey. Oh, okay, bye. Alright. Okay. Parasite's so funny, bro. But it is annoying when bots use it, so I think certain things like certain things can be really fun just so long as not everyone's using it. Because the problem with bots using it is not the fact that it's a bot that it's one bot that has it. It's not the problem. The problem is that all the bots use the same hangers, and so when one bot has it, that means there's literally like 4 of them. And that's really excessive. So that's my main problem. Yes, there's certain mechs that probably bots shouldn't have access to for a better player experience. But in general, even if they just made it so that the bots didn't all have the exact same freaking hanger, that Parasite's just like, don't look at me. I did unspeakable things. I don't know if a person is a bot or not. Mostly you just memorize the names. If they're in a clan, then you know for a fact that it's not a bot. But otherwise, yeah, you just kind of have to memorize stuff. Panther. Some people were saying Solus, so I'll go with Solus. And honestly, yeah, I'm just going to keep that. Nah. Wait a second. Hit this one. That's kind of nice. It's not my favorite, but I'll take it. If bots made clans, that would be dumb, imagine. Bots making clans. Some players use bot names without it being in a clan to trick people. Yeah, those people are they kind of suck though. I mean, like if you need so much of an edge that you're gonna resort to doing that, then yeah, nah, you're probably not very good. Particle Beam Orion, nah. Maybe some other time, but I feel like this isn't really the stream for that. He has no idea what's going on. He's just getting harassed by this guy along with me. Poor guy. He didn't deserve that treatment. Okay, and then the bot was freaking tweaking. Okay, whatever. GG bot. God, certainly you can kill this dude. There's like, what, 3 of you here? Certainly. Okay. Jeez, bro. Yeah, a lot of bots in other games just have random... They have, like, certain name patterns that are just, like, random generator, whatever. I think what I heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but what I heard is that the bots in this game were people who, like, playtested the game, so, like, the really early players. So that's kind of cool, I don't mind that. But there should be some kind of indicator as to whether or not someone's a bot or not. That would be nice. But I know that they're not going to do that because most matches are just bots, and it looks really bad for the game if players think that all of their matches are against bots. Even if there's just one bot in every match, it really, yeah. It's better for player perception if they just don't know what's a bot and what's not. Okay, bye. Okay. No. You make a valid argument. He has no mods, okay. Sure. Alright. I see you. If I got stunned, that would be really bad. Thankfully, I didn't. Nah, I don't want to. It's very risky. Even this. Okay. If they have mods, they're a player. Not necessarily, but yes for the lower ranks, because lower rank bots aren't allowed to have mods because new players can't get mods at lower ranks. But players who already had mods before they changed it, they can still use them. So yes, in most, you know, relevant to most people, unless you're using like rank 5, rank 6 stuff, and you fight rank 6 enemies a lot. Or your bots are rank 6, I guess, I should say. Then yeah, pretty much everybody who has a mod should be a player. It's a little annoying when a bot has a seeker, yeah, a little bit. Again, it's like, to me, it's not even the fact that, oh, this bot has a seeker, and that's a problem. It's the fact that every single one of the bots has a seeker. Just because one of them does means that just by default all of them do. And that's what really sucks, is that all of the bots use the exact same stuff. There are no epic implants for Blast RPG, and I think that's weird. Is that true? Let's find out. I know I could have just gone to the weapon and checked the implants. But I only thought of that just now. Yeah, no, I don't see. No, there's these two. There's these two. You can't buy them. You can only get them from crates. Damage and reload. Well, hold on. I think I might even have some of those. Or do I not? No, okay, I have the legendary ones. I think there was like a... I think I found them in the shop really early on. For whatever reason. Yeah, if you go to the weapon, go to the implants. Yeah, you can see them right here. I don't know what she's spouting about. Your biggest crash was when you saw an enemy Solus. Well, that's the whole thing with Solus, though, is that you don't see them. You don't see nothing. Not for a long time. I just slapped on some phantom shoulders on my harpy with 2 lighters and a thunder, and so far it's pretty insane. Wait a second. What level are you, though? Like, what kind of enemies do you fight? Are you still fighting, like, really noob people? Because I've seen people do really well with, like, even just, like, the Thunder Bulwark at low level, which is unfortunate, because I would love for that to do really well. I'm so excited for the Flamethrower nerf, bro. It needs it so badly. They didn't nerf Norcom, too. But I actually don't know when any of those nerfs are taking place. I don't know if you do. If you do, then let me know. But yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. I haven't used Thunder. I haven't used Thunder as like a hybrid weapon for a very long time. Actually, I don't know if I've ever used it as a hybrid weapon. I've used a couple Thunders a couple times, but it's just like, yeah, it didn't work very well. Did you get the Contentinator skin for Killshot? Yeah. But obviously I don't use it because I don't use Killshot. What's my best whereabouts? For Frontiers, anyway? I'd say the best one that I currently am using is the Triple Trident Cyclops. That thing freaking slaps, bro. It's so good. I love it. But I don't have flamethrowers. Yeah, I don't use them, and I don't use. I could craft a Siren. I actually just got to level 80, but I don't plan on using flamethrowers or Siren until they get nerfed. 'Cause, like, screw those things, bro. Those freaking crap. So annoying. As of right now, people are abusing Shock Train, abusing the hell out of Shock Train, because there's a bug with it. Makes it deal like double damage or something like that. Have you used Vortex? No, it's super annoying though. I don't want to. I might when it gets nerfed. Oh, hey, let's go. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Oh, hell no, not Siren. Yeah, bro, that thing is ridiculous. At my level, like, which is max level, I reached level 80 recently. I've not been doing particularly well. First off, I have skill issue. And second off, I don't use Siren or Flamethrowers. So it's not super easy to do very well, to be honest, without those things. Because that's just what everybody uses. But yeah, like, basically everybody's just using, like, 2 Flamethrower builds and 2 Siren builds, and then, like, maybe one other thing. It's crazy. Excuse you. He's got a Panther. Okay, okay, okay. Stop that. Yeah, of course he's gonna still shoot while he's blinded. Little cheater. Oh no, that's not gonna work. There you go. Owie! What freaking hit me, bro? Okay, he's back there now. I can... Oh, please. Please. Oh, please. I have to run. Oh, okay. Are you still free playing Frontiers? Yeah. I don't plan on buying anything Because it's kind of, man, there's no reason to. As long as I play it often enough, you can easily keep, just, like, stay on top and get everything. Like, stay on top of items, not stay on top of the matches, because I still suck. But, yeah. Oh no, oh no, oh no. There's no chance! I have no idea how I managed to kill him, bro. We might still lose, though, but that was incredible. 100% worth it. Jeez! Okay, fine. How does test server work? It's only for content creators, if that's what you were more or less wondering. For Mech Arena, anyway. Hey. He just killed that guy. I wish I could have linked him. He got Gemini'd, I know, bro. Yeah, we still lose, but he did get Gemini'd. That was pretty funny. Yeah, look what happens when you don't run Revoker Surge. It's crazy. What does it do? Do you get infinite resources? Basically, yeah. Like, I think it's like 10 million A coins or something that they give you, and then you can just use that to get whatever. You can, like, technically there's still like all of the random offers and stuff too. They also give you like 100 of each implant. And like, I don't remember how much, a bunch of mod parts, but I don't remember how many. But if you wanted to, like, let's say for whatever reason I ran out of mod parts, I could just like go to the shop and buy them, but it would cost 0. Like it would be free. Like, basically I'm, you know, buying the offer, but it doesn't actually charge me. Try using Stalker instead of Orion. Why? Orion's fun. That's crazy. Well, I mean, it's a test server. Like, the whole point is to just be like, just to make everything as accessible as possible, right? I mean, it's only against bots, though. That's the thing. It's like the test server is just bots, and so that's kind of lame. So that's why I don't really do anything on the test server. And also, everything starts at like base level, so it takes like you know how long it takes to force upgrade a pilot from rank 1 level 1 to max. It takes like a solid 20 minutes, bro, and I have to do that like 5 times. It doesn't actually take 20 minutes, probably more like 5, but it feels like forever. Can you try 16-8 combo for this weapon? Nah, because I already have the 12, and I've already made a stream for that. So I'm not going to worry about that. Do redock. Why does your t-shirt say death, or is it Death Note? It's Death Trooper. It's like a Star Wars thing. Puma? Nah, I'm not doing Puma. I don't want this stream to go on forever. And so I don't really want to waste my time on obvious meme mechs that nobody really cares about. They just want to see me use bad stuff. This is fine, yeah, cooldown duration. Do I want damage over duration, though? We'll go with duration, whatever. I mean, I say that and that I use redox, but whatever. The black stormtroopers with green accents, yeah. They're pretty cool. Not necessarily my absolute favorite, but They're pretty cool. What other games do you play? Mostly just Warbots Frontiers at the moment. Armor Attack is okay, but there's still no official like PC version. Like it's not on Steam yet. And if I'm being honest, it's just there's a lot of things I just kind of don't like about the game. So I don't really play it much. What's your favorite off-meta build be? I don't really have one. Like, people ask me quite a bit, like, what my favorite mech is, what my favorite weapon is, what my favorite build in general is. I don't really know. Like, I don't really have a favorite, because what I use and what I want to use is almost always just dependent on the day. And dependent on what else I'm using, you know? Like, I just try my best to use random stuff that I haven't used 1,000 times. That's really the only thing that I'm looking for. So my favorite build usually ends up being just some build that I've used that does half decent that I haven't used any more than like a couple times. And that ends up being my favorite build for a little while. And then after a while I use it a bunch more and it's like, well. Hey, stop that. Little piece of crap. I can't hit that guy when he's there. Bro. These weapons, I swear. They're crazy. They just... like, the homing aspect is so weird. Stop that. Stop that. Okay. Of course. Oh, he quad-rocketed me, that's why. Hey. I'd like to see what you can do. That's pretty cool. I should use Arc Torrent on this thing. I don't know if I've ever used Arc Torrent. Arc Torrent's a funny weapon. It's not good, but it's funny. You thought I liked Minigun Vortex? I said that for a while simply because Vortex was my favorite mech for a while, and Minigun is my favorite weapon just in general, yeah. But, you know, that was basically just a cop-out because people kept asking. I didn't really know what else to say. The poison damage is auto-cannon at level 1. Real. Have you tried Instruments of Destruction or Trailmakers? Instruments of Destruction, no. Trailmakers, yes, a little bit. I've never really actually done the deep dive into, like, making it into, like, actually, like, learning everything about it. I watched several, like, Trailmakers YouTubers. Mostly just Scrapman and Yuzi. If you know anything about Trailmakers, you probably know who those people are. Arc Torrent is OP, bro. It's wait, no. Neymar, cause it's OP, bro. Yeah. Redirection damage. Sure. I'm gonna go with that, just so I can kill people faster. And then... 44 to 55. It's 11% range increase of what, 30? It's like an extra 3 meters. It's not bad. Eh, whatever. I'm not upgrading anything else at the moment, so. This is a rare skin, by the way. Like, why is the Sanguine Army a rare skin? It's weird. Oh, let's go. I forgot I had the Riptide. That's nice. Is Guardian viable now that Revoker is available in Gear Hub? What do you mean? Are you implying that Guardian counters Revoker to any extent? Because it's actually the opposite. System crashing someone who's using Revokers increases their weapon RPM by I don't even know how much for like 3 seconds. So if you system crash somebody who's using Revokers, you're literally going to get everyone on your team killed quicker. Riptide skins are nice, yeah. Antleon better. I agree, but I don't have it, bro. Antleon's a really good skin. I really like him. That was... Oh wait, that was against a player, bro. I forgot. What? Painter. Bah. Bah. I'd be more inclined to use this if the weapons weren't so... Like, the mech is mostly purple. The weapons are mostly, like, gray, and I don't really like that. This skin's terrible, so I'm not using that one. I like this skin a lot. It's just, like, the shape of it looks really good. Like, this one, it's kind of a little too flat, and it's also, like, kind of pointed. This one's just clean. Fine, I'll use this one. Well, unless, hold on. That's a lot of spiky boys. Nah, you're way too flat looking. You're also very flat looking, but whatever. Look at how freaking goofy Panther looks, bro. Sorry, I was in a match. Level 4. Yeah, I was gonna say, that was like 20 minutes ago, and then I remembered, oh yeah. It takes people like 20 minutes to finish a match. You're level 41, and also I cannot, for the love of God, use the trident properly. That's a fair, that's a fair. I'm not very good at aiming stuff yet. Or just good at things in general in that game. Which is sad, because like I wanted to make videos on that game, but I kind of can't. I kind of can't. And it's occurring to me, like, only kind of just recently, that, like, I can't, like, I really shouldn't be making videos unless I'm at least half decent. And nobody really, like, nobody cares to watch somebody who doesn't know how to play the game. Right? Especially that game. Like, that game is probably more sweaty. It's more sweaty than Mech Arena is. Which means that the only people anyone's really interested in watching are, like, the pro gamers or whatever, right? So people are more interested in just seeing people who do really well. But even if I was just, like, let's say I just wanted to run, like, random challenge stuff, it's only good if you can actually, like, do well with the challenge stuff, which I have not been able to. So, yeah. Haven't really been making videos for that. And I'm not sure exactly how I want to do it. At least until I get better. Yo, sorry, full on Parasite. I'm pretty sure I already did that. I think when Parasite first came out, I did that. Oh, hell no, not the sweats, bro. The sweats in Frontiers are wild. Like, nobody has any level of chill in that game, I swear to you. Okay. I was gonna say, he's still gonna be perfectly okay to dash at me, but as long as I get him with the stasis. No. How did you hit me with that? You're a hacker. You're a cheater. You suck. Go away. Freaking nerd. Michelangelo, hold on. Ow. Nope. I should stop. I should leave. Wait, what? Michael and go. Michael and go. Oh, can he not fit the full Michelangelo? Is that why? He just Michaels and goes. He ain't got time for nothing else. He just does a quick Michael and goes on his way. I too do the thing. Like that sometimes, yeah. Definitely. You can kill him, right? Okay, then. Whatever. Doesn't need to be pretty. It certainly won't be. Hey, thanks. Oh, just realized I was on like half HP. Oh yeah, I think I tested it. Doesn't Venom not doesn't Galvanical not protect you against the Hornet Venom? Which is super dumb, by the way. Like, Hornet's not good by any means, don't get me wrong. It's not like it needs to be worse, but why, like, the Galvanical literally has like one job, and it's to protect you from extra damage. So why does it not protect you against that extra damage? It's very strange. Yeah, cool origin story, bro. Bots be using hacks and not being shadow banned, real. I'm just gonna try to take care of this guy first. Fellas. You guys could probably get him, right? Mm-hmm. That's right. I set it. Really? Didn't apply the thing on him? That's weird. Kind of disappointed that the shock train has an abusable bug. Is kind of wanting to invest in a weapon for a tier build. Yeah, I just got my 4th one, but I'm not going to use it until the bug's fixed. I think they're trying their best though. Nah, 2 kills, there's no chance. He left. He spawned like 2 mechs and then he left. He Michael'd and then he got out. Yeah. Bro, what is this though? Which hanger was he using? What? that's sad right there. I feel bad for him. But then again, my hanger's pretty bad. I kind of needed somebody who's that weak. If you could add a mech from Frontiers... Oh, from Mech Arena to Frontiers, which one would you add? That's an excellent question. It's an excellent question. This is like a speed boost. Whoa, this is basically Fenrir. Fenrir is essentially Stalker. Guardian System Crash sounds really annoying. I probably... Actually... What is it? Typhon is basically Outlaw, now that I think about it. A teleporting mech would be really annoying. A Redox damage AoE. Technically, Harpy kinda does that, but it doesn't do it around itself. It could be interesting. Onyx is basically, what's his name? Raven. Scorpius is basically, what's his name? Volgazari. Stealth, no. Dash, no. Jump, no. All those things already have those things. Mimicker would be kind of difficult to do. I don't think that would even really be possible. Vortex. Technically, Griffin is kind of like a Vortex, isn't it? I think so. Deathwalker, hell no. Bastion, maybe. I like the concept of Bastion, it's really cool. Aegis, they already have that, it's Varangian. Ares, they already have that, it's Ares. It does the same thing. Except better. Cooler. Cheetah... They have landmines and a turret thing. But those are as secondary abilities, so that's not even in the mech itself. They have a healer. It's Tyr. But it's like a slow area, it's not like a shot thing. Solo's definitely not Brick House. They have Brick House. It's called Purifier. Even if you think about it, most of them already kind of exist. I'd probably go for Bastion. Except minus the EMP. I just kind of like the, you know, basically just like a, you know, don't shoot at me or you'll damage yourself type of thing. But then again, that technically already exists in the form of, I don't remember what it's called. Ooh, Gatecrasher, where it shoots a thing through walls. Actually, that would be kind of cool. I'd probably have to go with Gatecrasher, honest. Does Sentry still play Mech Arena? Not really. He didn't delete his account. He still has the account. He just doesn't, like, log on. There we go. This was technically against a player, but then again, do I even want to? Gatecrasher, Onyx, Scorpius. I feel like I might try Deathwalker just because. I'll go with Gatecrasher though. Okay, it's got green. It's got some green. The skin's way better than this one, even though this one's got more green. It just kind of looks dumb. And then this one also kind of looks dumb. So, cooldown, duration, no. I'm gonna go with damage. Yeah. Deathwalker Inferno, nah, bro. The Inferno skin's not. It's not good. It's so blocky. The old. The old Gatecrasher design looks so bad. Like, I'm sorry, but it looks so bad. I love the mech as a mech. Like, the ability is cool, and the stats are really nice. I like the idea of the mech. But the base model before the redesign looked terrible. The redesigned one looks great, though. I wish Gatecrasher was better. Brother. Does Gatecrasher have any implants? Yes, it has a lot of implants. I am almost dead already, bro. Uh-oh. That'll probably kill me, actually. Wait, not? Not? Let's go. Ooh, that's probably a lay swing. And these weapons, the main reason I think these could be half decent is because they would counter lay swing really easily, I think. So... is it a lay swing or is it a lancer? Hard to tell. Oh, nice. I think I applied it. No, I didn't. Just barely didn't. Are you kidding? I'm dead. He's very weak, though. You always said when you died to Dreadshot. That's fair. It is a pretty sad thing to die to. Why are you jumping into the middle, pal? Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with you, but I'm dead, bro. Yeah. Don't body block me, idiot. I mean, I already lose, bro. They hold the center beacon for any longer than like 30 seconds, and it's freaking GG. Take that, idiot. I don't need to mark him, but... no! Macarena really loves adding homing to weapons. What's next? Homing for close quarters? If they could, they probably would. Just being real. Yo, wait, he has the bot build too? That's crazy. Or no, ha! He's got the Scorpius! Nah, losing to that's just skill issue. He has a he's got quantum guns. That's ridiculous, bro. Good for him. Good for him. I would take a rematch with that guy. I think I could take him. That map kind of sucks, though. I mean, game kind of sucks. It's hard for me to go from like one game to the other. So like Frontiers has a match time of 15 minutes, which means like the beacon mode technically works a bit differently too, but like it's really disorienting going from Frontiers where it's like, you know, you keep going back and forth on the beacons, and it takes a long time to gain influence. Back over to Mech Arena where it's like literally if you hold 2 beacons for 3 minutes, then it's GG. Like that's, yeah. It's actually not true. If you hold one beacon for 3 minutes on a 3-beacon map, fun fact, on a 3-beacon map, each beacon gives you 30 influence per minute, which means unless for some weird reason you don't grab your home beacon, so long as you grab your home beacon immediately, the game will end in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Guaranteed. 3 minutes and 20 seconds from the time that the first team grabs their home beacon. It's guaranteed to, at very most, last that long. Unless for whatever reason you manage to lose your home beacon, or both teams manage to lose their home beacon, or at some point in the game both teams have no beacons. That's the only way that it would happen. But yeah, for 3-beacon maps, it at most has a 3 minute 20 second lifespan. But it's even less when you have when you're holding 2 beacons. So if one team holds 2 beacons, then it literally lasts like a minute and a half. Basically. Less than 2 minutes. Frontiers takes forever compared to Mech Arena, yeah. Arc torrents have some homing. Technically. Now, I think they keep adding homing to stuff because it's easier to use. And I think they were either A, trying to address the issue that people had with the mobile versus PC disparity, where it's like certain weapons are much harder to use on mobile. But if it has homing, then it doesn't really matter. So either A, they were trying to do that, or B, they just really want to double down on the players who just don't want to have to think very much about the game itself. So like they're really, really doubling down on casual players. Tengu would be pretty cool in Frontiers. You could fly in at any moment. Just jump straight down at the enemy. They do have Mercury already in robots? Yeah. Tengu is basically Mercury. Which was, like, the Mercury meta when it first came out. The Mercury meta was one of my favorites. It still is one of my favorite robots, just in general. It was a cool concept. Frontiers may take longer, but at least you can grind resources just from playing, unlike Mech Arena. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've done the math, too. I've done the math. Like, if you were to literally all day just do nothing but grind crates from unlimited battle points, you would get, like, I think, maybe, like, on average, like, 800 acorns or something from all of that, from those crates. It's kind of nothing. But they can't even give you that, right? Like, they can't even let people do that. They have to make sure that they gain literally nothing. If all of your tasks are done, and you're out of battle points, there's nothing you can possibly do to earn more resources. Nothing. And that's just the way that they like it, which is dumb. Frontiers actually has invisibility, yeah. Although, like, legit like, stealth in this game is already kind of OP. It would be legitimately broken if there was actual stealth. Unless that was the only thing that it got. Which even then, I think it'd probably still be really OP. Because it'd be a scout, obviously. So it'd be pretty fast on top of that. Somebody just obliterated him. He definitely thinks he's cool with all the EMPs, though. Given his name. Can I not hit that? Guess not. Come on, bro. I mean, oh, it's disappointing. Oh, he's in the middle. Oh, he died. Okay, bye. Aw, somebody else got him. Wonder how many EMP things this guy has. Oh, he's got a Revoker Eclipse. Stop. Stop. If I moved, I would have just got shot by the other guys, but whatever. Hey. Okay. I mean... This is so sad, bro. Arctoid's so sad. Compared to other stuff, anyway. What does he have back there? What you doing? Hey, fellas, who wants a piece? Hey. Okay. I got him killed because that freaking Orion marked me. Then I died immediately after, which was less cool, but it's fine. Brother, I can't aim. Wait, what? Okay, I got him with the shield pierce at least. Cool. I don't know what he had past those 3 mechs. Well, no, he... So there's one that I missed. I don't know what the 5th one was. Mimicker, hello. How are you? A Bastion. Of course he's got a tanker hanger. I mean, why would he? Is it actually a tanker hanger though? Because like didn't the game make it so that you can't just like remove mechs and tank that way? I don't remember. You hate that too, but it's a strategy to keep you hooked to the game for very long. I don't know what you're responding to. This is probably a thing. Was it in response to like the thing I was talking about with the battle points? Nobody encourages people to stop playing. I mean, like on Mondays, for example, there's no tournament, so people just don't play, I would assume. And even for tournaments, it's like as soon as you realize how far other people are willing to go, it's just GG. It's just like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, obviously this guy's going to be willing to play more, and he's getting more points per match. I'm not going to spend all day on this, right? They could get people to play much more often if there was rewards after every single match, which I think there should be in every game, just because it's nice to get rewards after every match. Games should reward you for playing them more often, right? Playing more often should always give you more rewards than playing less often. But that's not how Mech Arena does it. Which is very dumb. You responding to the grind limit? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. It took me a minute, but then I was like, oh wait, okay, that was the last thing I was talking about. It's like a way to make you come back daily to use the daily points. Okay, hear me out. Is it better to have someone come back and play for 30 minutes every day, or maybe let's say an hour every day, or is it better to have someone play for like 4 hours one day and then maybe 30 minutes the next, and then like just do that every like 2 days? Like, the whole point, like the whole thing of what I'm saying is like, they're not increasing their rewards. They're just making it's the exact same situation, except if you decided you wanted to keep playing, you'd continue to get crates, and you'd continue to get credits and A-coins from those crates. And blueprints as well. And you continue to get those rewards after every single battle, which is not going to keep you from playing more. It's going to encourage you to play more, because that means that you can, you know, when normally you'd just be like, okay, well, I don't have anything to do, I'm just going to log off. I think a lot of people probably log out of the game just because there's no events, there's nothing for them to do to get them resources. Why are they going to bother playing? But if it was just constant, if they always had access to resources, so long as they just keep grinding, then a lot of them probably would play a lot more. They play a lot more often. You play for hours anyway, so I agree with you, but I think that's how they see it. I don't think... Like, you have to do some serious mental gymnastics. I understand what you're saying, but you have to do some serious mental gymnastics to come to the conclusion that rewarding players, or to stop rewarding players after a certain amount of time, makes them more likely to play for more often over the course of a week, a month, whatever. It might make them more likely to spend money. Sure, that's probably part of the reason. I think there's two main reasons for it. The first one is obviously encourages people to spend more money because they're not getting A-coins after a certain point. But the other one I think is that they want to, they really want to like cater to the casual player that doesn't have time to grind for very long. So they want to make sure that the casual player is able to progress about as quickly as the hardcore player who plays a lot, which I think is dumb. I think you just shouldn't. No, if you have more time and you're playing more often, you get to progress quicker. I think that's just how it should go. And I think that's a very common, like, I think it's a very simple concept. Put more work means that you progress faster. Every game has that, and I don't think that they would lose any amount of audience by changing it. Also, I just realized this is 211 right here. Let's go. I saw some article that said daily limits can help slow down burnout, but they didn't cite any sources. I mean, sure, I guess that's technically true. But, you know, like, are people like, yeah, at the end of the day, it's like, it's again a question of like, okay, if someone played for 16 hours and then didn't play at all for the next week, is that, like, they still end up playing for longer than if they played for 1 hour every day of the week, right? They still end up playing for, there's still more time played overall, right? And you would think that you would think that they'd mostly care about time, like how much time people spend on the game. And I think they specifically try to drive that down a little bit, or to at least cap the progression. They don't want the players to not, they don't want to lower the number of players, but they do want to cap progression. And I think part of the reason is because they want to cater to more casual players. And keep the casual players progressing at a relatively similar rate. Have you asked them about doing that? About removing the battle point limit? Yeah, I've mentioned it. I've mentioned a lot of things a lot of times. The thing is just, like, I don't have direct access to the devs for the most part. I have access to one person who just relays my, like, they just forward my suggestions and stuff to the devs that are responsible. And I feel like half the time it doesn't actually get forwarded. Because, I mean, just for example, I've said it before, just as an example, during the interview with Pasha that I did, I like this skin. During the interview with Pasha that I did that one time, a while back, I mentioned, I was like, you know, you guys should just, like, buff some of the older stuff, you know? And he was like, oh, yeah, no, we hadn't really thought about that. And I was like, wait, really? Because there's no chance that I have not ever said that in the, like, content creators group chat thing that we have. Like, I've said that so many times. They really, really need to buff certain things. Particularly a lot of older stuff, like Carbine. They really need to bump certain things, and it's like, but apparently that was news to him. He was like, "Oh yeah, no, that's an interesting idea." But that essentially just means that they weren't actually forwarding the concerns that I was giving them, and by they I mean the person that I have contact with, essentially. So yeah, it's a frustrating situation because it's like I can say whatever, and there's a solid chance that they just never do anything about it. Like they never even suggest it. They never even bring it to the people who would need to hear about it. And the feedback that I give, like I think it through. I try to make my feedback as comprehensive and useful to everybody as possible. Thank you. I was about to run out of time, bro. That was almost bad. Bro, this thing's kind of OP. Look at it. I almost got an assist right there. Oh no. Oh no. Run? I mean, float violently? Rocket mortar kill shot was the worst, yeah. Ah! The Gemini just like slowly flying towards me. That caught me off guard, I'm not gonna lie. Finish him up, bro. You got it. I got 110 meters on this, okay. Hey. 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 I probably shouldn't be out in the open, huh? You've almost maxed Carbine with full magazine. I can barely take out 60% of Mech XP. Yeah. They're comparable to Arc Torrent, which is like just saying that should make it pretty obvious what the problem is. But I mean, like, I get it. As the game changes, you need to change certain weapons. Sustained fire weapons do better sometimes. Burst weapons do better sometimes. Burst weapons usually do better. But, you know, like, it's I don't have a problem that there's imbalance. I have a problem with the fact that they just don't seem to be interested in balancing the things after they realize that it's imbalanced. You know, like if they just let if for all the stuff that they do that's oh that'll clear the link, yeah. Like I wouldn't mind half of these problems if they actually fixed them in a reasonable way, in a reasonable time frame. But most of the time they just don't fix them at all. Jim and I wanted to ask about your car insurance. Oh yeah. If they use the damage fall off mechanic more, Assault might get a boost. Maybe. I do think you're kind of onto something in the sense that most weapons that are effective close range are also pretty darn effective at like mid-range. And by mid-range, I mean like 60-ish meters. Which really shouldn't be the case. Like there are weapons that are, you know, basically, you know, specifically meant to be mid-range weapons, like 60 to 80 meters. And those weapons just generally are not very good most of the time. Simply because, like, other weapons can get that really easily, you know? Like, I do kind of understand what you're trying to say. And it might be true, but it also might not really help anything. The reason I love Gemini is because so many times you don't see the rockets coming. It's so wiggly, bro. It's hilarious. Like, how could you not like Gemini? That's the thing. Okay, I finished that. That's good. Heavy weapons, assault, and beams should be able to brawl at around 30-60 range better than other stuff, yeah. But then like 0 to 30 is for close quarters. And then, you know, there's some other weapons that are like sort of specialized, like missile weapons. They have a place. They're usually pretty good around like anywhere between like 0 and 60, maybe even 80, but they have like a, you know, a large, usually like a lot of burst damage, a good radius, but they also have longer reload. That's typically what I think of when I think of a missile weapon. Like, they're not good at firing for a long time. I love it when Eclipse thinks they're clear to attack, but I attack before they cloak up and they slowly going towards them when they come out. Yeah. You ain't say those. They'll find you. They'll wiggle their way right over to you, bro. They'll come get you. It is pretty hilarious. Gemini's really funny, and it's a great weapon too. Like, the damage is really high, but it's obviously not super effective because it only hits you twice, and that makes obviously it suffers a lot to multi-layered shields. But apart from multi-layered shields, it does a lot of damage, and it applies some status effects, and it's just overall a really solid weapon. It's not meta, but it's a really solid weapon that's just, you know, it's satisfying to use, and it's kind of hilarious. I feel like they really need to make more weapons like that. And I don't mean like freaking Hornet. Like, it's in stark contrast to Hornet too, right? Like I was saying earlier, like, the similarities between Hornet and Podgun are there, right? They're very large. There's a lot of similarities. On paper, you would think that Hornet is just better, cause I don't know about the damage exactly, but I mean, at least you'd think that it would feel better, right? Cause the projectile speed's faster, and the projectiles themselves, I think, are smaller, so they're less likely to hit obstacles. It's less likely to like get caught on stuff, and the damage is immediate. And I think it also has better homing. I think the homing might be sharper than Podgun, which is crazy because it's a missile weapon. But yeah, with all of those things said, you would think that Hornet would feel just much nicer to use than Podgun, but it doesn't. It's the exact opposite. Hornet feels awful to use. It is the most infuriating weapon to use. Somehow, all of your shots are constantly getting caught on stuff. It just feels terrible. It's so unsatisfying. I think the sound of them is also kind of grates on my nerves a little bit. It doesn't sound very good. Doesn't sound very satisfying. And the damage isn't really there either. So, like, yeah, no, it's just a frustrating weapon. It does not feel good to use at all. Why is Hornet a missile weapon? It's an excellent question, honestly. I have no idea, bro. Venom implant would probably make it effective. You think so? You could be right, but I don't really know how much damage the Venom is dealing, honestly. So this is with the damage modifier, I have to keep in mind. But the Venom damage is not affected by the modifier, I don't think. So the Venom damage is larger than the regular mag damage. But I think the Venom damage implant only affects it by, like, I can't click on this because it'll prompt me to buy it. I think the Venom damage implant only affects it by 30%. If it was a 50% and it only applied to the status effect, then sure, okay, fine. But the fact that it's just a 30% damage bonus, but only to part of the weapon, it's worse than a generic damage implant. Like, they could have just added a regular weapon damage implant. It would have been better, probably. Well, it's not really true, because technically the projectile damage is less. What am I looking for? Mechs in squad. Wait. Mechs in squad. No, weapons in squad, yes. Yeah, 30%. They really need to make this like 40%. Maybe even 50%. For weapons where the damage implant is only applying to a small portion of the damage, they really need to increase this percent number, I would say. Now, Graviton Beam, actually, the weapon damage itself does determine the implosion damage, so using a pilot and using a... Actually, that's an excellent question. But anyway, for Graviton Beam, let me finish this thought first. For Graviton Beam, but using the damage implant for Graviton Beam does increase the implosion damage. So there is that, right? But then there's weapons like Oracle, where the damage implant only applies to... There's weapons like Oracle where the damage implant, once again, only applies to the drone damage, which is just... It's like half of the damage output. It's not the full thing. Where is it? There's the range. You'd think it'd be at the top. Okay, yeah, here it is. Yeah, 30%. So again, it's less effective than most other damage implants. But anyway, okay, one last other thing. Apparently, you're supposed to be able to use both of these damage implants on Particle Beam at the same time. I don't think you can. At least you couldn't for the longest time. I don't know if they fixed it or not, but apparently, according to what I'm told, you're actually supposed to be able to use both of them at the same time. But even that is bullcrap. 30% for the beam, 30% for the blast. You're telling me that instead of just giving me an arbitrary damage implant for a weapon that's already bad, I have to use 2 implant slots to fill what most weapons can achieve with just 1. Better weapons can achieve with just 1. It's stupid. At least make it 40%. Again, like, increase the percent. If it's not going to apply to the full weapon, increase the percent. If you purposely balanced the weapon to be better, like, better without implants, but then have the implants be less of a game changer for it, then maybe just don't do that. Like, just balance it better, I'd say. But anyway, back to Hornet. Now that I'm thinking about it, I actually don't know if the Venom damage is affected by pilots. I have no idea. Because if the Venom damage isn't affected by pilots, then that actually means that with pilots and implants, well, not implants because there's no implant to increase the regular shot damage, but with a pilot, with a legendary pilot, your regular damage is dealing more than your Venom damage is, so you're actually mostly relying on the regular shot projectile damage. And that means that you're losing out on a lot of potential damage with the Venom. And that's why Graviton's like the best status effect weapon out there. Or at least the most well-made status effect weapon out there, I would say. Because the damage from the implosion is effective. Like, you can increase the damage from the implosion with the generic damage implant and with pilots. And also just, it's just a nice weapon. Like, Graviton Beam was one of the last weapons that they made that was actually well-made, I would say. They didn't make very many, like, well-made weapons after Graviton Beam, I'm not gonna lie. Hornet really doesn't need to exist. You know, it's a fair assessment of the situation. Does an Oracle Drone deal more damage than the actual weapon? Per shot, I think yes, but it only applies to like 60% of the magazine or something like that. So per magazine, like if you lump all of the Oracle damage into one amount, the damage per magazine, including both the regular projectiles and the drone projectiles, if you just lump all of that into just a generic damage per mag, right? Which is what most people care about. If you lump that all into one number and then you add the implant's adding less than 30%. It's adding closer to 30% of 60%, which is like, because I think the damage per shot's pretty equal. I'd say at very most it's like 30% of 70%, which is only like a 20%. It's basically like if you had a damage implant and it maxed out at 20%. Like, it's not good. It's not good. It's very weak. Like, you're missing out on quite a lot of damage output there. But I feel like they try their best to make things kind of fancy by adding secondary methods of dealing damage, but then the implants don't affect those methods of dealing damage, or the implants only affect those methods of dealing damage. And so you get weapons like Hornet, where it's like, the status effect is kind of cool, but the implant only affects the status effect, and they didn't even like full send it on the status effect like they did with Graviton Beam. Like, Graviton Beam, as an example, does basically 0 damage, but the implosion is crazy high, right? The implosion damage is really, really high, and that's great, that's fine. Same thing with Tetra Rifle. Does really, really low damage, but that last shot will absolutely mess you up. So I think if they're going to rely on special damage, if they're going to make a weapon that is like special damage, and they're going to make an implant for that special damage, they should at very least kind of tune the weapon to be more geared toward that special damage. But essentially, yeah, because they're just making the implants just 30%, so it's not like it's anything more than that. So it's just 30% damage, but it's only on part of the weapon, so that just by default makes it less effective. And then there's, what's another one? Like Hellfire, where it's like there's the initial damage and then there's the DOT damage. The DOT damage isn't high enough to really justify using Hellfire. Hellfire is actually the worst legendary weapon in the game. It's not Dreadshot, it's Hellfire. Dreadshot is at least better because it has range and doesn't half rely on its status effect. But then the DOT of Hellfire doesn't get affected by the implant. So again, it's only like half of your damage that's getting boosted by the implant. In fact, the DOT of Hellfire I don't think is even affected by the pilot. So you're losing a lot of potential damage. You're losing a ton of potential damage with that. And it's just disappointing. It's very disappointing. I feel like they're adding too many status effect based weapons, or like Oracle is like a Oracle and Tetra Rifle, like special damage, right? where it's like there's a specific way to boost, there's a specific mechanic of the weapon that boosts your damage in some way, which is fine, but they need to make the pilot, they need to account for pilots and implants. Mostly pilots, yeah, mostly just pilots and implants. Especially for the status effect ones. Tetra Rifle was a pretty well-made weapon, it's not bad. It's a little bit frustrating to use because I think the final shot, it comes from a slightly lower position on the weapon than the other shots do. So it feels a little bit janky to fire that last one, especially if you're trying to like peek over cover and then quickly shoot it. A lot of times it'll just shoot right into the wall. I'll use Hellfire sometimes with Revoker to apply the overheat for more damage. Hellfire doesn't apply overheat. It applies burn, which is a damage over time. So either you're thinking of the wrong weapon, or this entire time you thought that a Hellfire would make your Revoker deal more damage when it really does not. No, what you're looking for is Ember Gun. Archdemon, hello. Fluffy Duck, hello. Welcome. No, yeah, Overheat is now called Weaken, and Weaken is the only weapons that apply Weaken are Gemini, Ember Gun, Thermal Lance, obviously, and Quantum Gun, and I think that's it. Overdriver. No, I know what you're saying. Overdriver, I think, does technically have an overheat effect, but no, I think what he was talking about was the... Because he said... He said that so that... He said to apply the overheat for more damage, so I think he was talking about the... Yeah. I haven't used Hellfire in a while, so I don't remember, to be honest. Okay. Did you? Okay, well, yeah, no. Hellfire applies burn, which is a DOT. It's basically the same thing as Hornet, except it lasts for, it does less damage, and I think it lasts for like 10 seconds or something like that. Like, the burn lasts for a long time. I actually like the duration, because it lasts for so long. But they really should have doubled down on it. They should have either made the damage really high, and gave the weapon, like, 0 range. It already doesn't have really any range, and I don't think it has a range implant either. It has like 40 meters range. They could have given it like 20 meters range, even. I don't know. But they should have either just made the base damage really high, or made the base damage lower and made the DOT damage really high. They should have just like... They should have really committed to one aspect of it, and I think that's kind of a problem that the devs have, is that they don't like to commit to one aspect of a thing because they're afraid of maybe that one aspect not doing very well. But like, take Tetra Rifle, for example. It's a great example of they just absolutely full stacked everything on the last shot of Tetra Rifle. And Tetra Rifle is an incredibly solid weapon. It is very ineffective in certain cases, but that simply means that you should use it, you know, it kind of determines like when people spawn it and also what they use it on, right? People will find a use for very niched weapons. But if a weapon is... Like, a niched weapon is better than a bad weapon. A weapon like Hornet is just bad because it doesn't have good damage output. It's just weak across the board. It has nothing really particularly... There's nothing about it that's particularly strong, right? Where at least Tetra Rifle, which is also not meta, at least Tetra Rifle has one specific thing that it's very, very good at, and people can take advantage of that. So, niched weapons are always better than the alternative, which is usually just bad weapons, like, overall bad weapons. So, I really feel like they should... like, actually be okay with purposely making niched weapons. Long arm does weaken? Yeah, that's true. That's true. My bad. Overdrivers don't apply an effect. Correct, but they have a mechanic called overheat. I'm curious if you could make the worst status effect mech and weapon combo. What is the worst status effect? Is it burn? We should okay, let's think through this though. The worst status effect has got to be shock, right? Like, there's no chance. The one that it does literally nothing except just jiggles your screen a bit. And if you play on, if you don't use the minimum aim, if you don't use the minimal aim assist, then it literally does not do anything to your aim. Your cursor remains exactly where it was, and you can still hit people with sniper peak precision. The only time it affects you is when you're using the minimal aim, and even then it's not by that much, and not for that long. It's gotta be, it's the worst status effect weapon has to be Voltaic RPG. Let me at least scroll through the rest, though. Like, Hornet's bad, but it's not Voltaic RPG bad. Stasis is at least actually kind of useful. Thermal Lance is a bad weapon, but the status effect is not bad. The overheat weaken is a really good status effect. It's just the weapon's really bad. So I don't think that really counts. I think we're looking for the weapon, like the weakest weapon with the weakest status effect. The worst status effect is the most important part, though. Arc Torrent also applies shock, but at least it has some amount of damage output. Howler also applies shock, but again, at least it has some amount of damage output. Redox with Stasis Beam and Hellfire? I don't think so. No, I don't. I don't think so. It's gotta be Voltaic RPG. I'm going through all of them though, because like you never know. I might have forgotten one. No, a lot of them apply. Well, most of them are just double damage, but a lot of them apply weaken. Weaken's pretty good. Burn. Hellfire Burn is pretty bad. But there's no shot that it's worse than Shock. Like, Shock doesn't apply any damage, and it barely even impairs people. It doesn't affect bots at all, I don't think. So it only moderately affects, like, very, very mildly affects players, and that is the only thing that it does. And then between the two weapons, or the three weapons that apply shock, Voltaic RPG is definitely the worst. Worst status is definitely either Hellfire or Voltaic. But I mean, at least Hellfire, at least the effect deals damage though, right? Like, let's compare the 16. There's a double damage chance. Wait, no, I'm on Dread Shot, that's why I was gonna say, what in the world? No, okay. Burn damage is like 60,000 over the course of, I think, 10 seconds, so it's like 6,000 damage per second. It's moderately respectable effect damage. You know, like, it is moderately respectable effect damage. It just doesn't do it very fast. The weapon damage and the burn damage. The stats make this thing look actually kind of decent, but it's just not. It's just not. I think if they, like, doubled this thing's RPM, it might be good. But then Voltaic RPG is just freaking sad, bro. Look at this. 20,000 damage per shot at max level. 4 shots. 80,000. It is a maxed 16 energy weapon and it does less than 100,000 damage per mag. Disruptor 16 only does like 21,000, but it only has 1 shot. So it gets out like 3 shots in the time that Voltaic gets to fire and reload. But even then, it's not including, there's like the path damage and you can do the back damage, whatever. I don't know, maybe it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be. What's this? That's also less than 100,000. Yeah. I mean, the less shots for Voltaic is pretty bad. Might have to test it at some point. Okay, but anyway, let's go to mechs now. Because I wasn't even thinking about... Okay, so status effects. Panther has the stasis, but obviously it's pretty good status. It's pretty good ability overall. Dreadnought's pretty good. Redox is not good, but I don't know if I'd say it's the worst. Tengu also applies stasis. Would I rather use a Tengu or a Redox? Depending, honestly, I might even rather use a Redox in most cases. I don't know, I was looking at the scouts for so long. Obviously, they don't have bad abilities. Bastion's not great, but it's not that bad. Brickhouse isn't a status effect, neither is MD or Arachnos. I would say probably the worst status effect build you could make is Voltaic RPG Tengu. Because, I mean, if I was to use Hellfire Tengu, I would actually be much more... I'd be much more comfortable running Hellfire Tengu. Because at least Hellfire is built for close range, so is Tengu. And Tengu can kind of make close quarters things work. I would actually be probably more okay with Hellfire Redox as well. But Voltaic RPG 8s on a Tengu would... I think that has to be the worst status effect build. There's no chance. It has to be. Shock is definitely useless versus PC players. When I get shock effect, it means nothing to me. 80-90% of the time, I don't even notice it. I'm not even gonna lie. It took me a solid, like, 2 months to realize that Howler applied the shock effect. Because the bots would hit me with it, and I would get shocked, and I just straight up would not notice. I thought the goal was most effects. No, it's just the worst status effect. The worst status effect on... Like, the worst status effect on a weapon versus the worst status effect on a mech. And basically just like, you know, if two mechs have the same status effect, just which one's worse, obviously. I hate how Voltaics lose ammo count. Oh, as in, like... The 8 has 6 shots. The 16 has 4 shots. It was actually really good. It was actually really good before mods because less shots meant that more of your damage was piled into each shot, and the burst damage of the higher ones was actually really good. It was really helpful. I wouldn't say it was really good, but it was pretty helpful, and I used Voltaic RPG a lot, actually. I realized Tengu's name actually means something. Well, yeah, most of these... I mean, all of these names mean something. There's a reason, like every mech name, there's a reason for it. It's not just like a random thing where it's like, even the most random one. The most random name out of any of these mechs, I would say, is Blockhorn. What does that even mean, bro? But I'll bet you it means something. Let me look. Blockhorn. No. It literally just pulls up Mech Arena stuff. Maybe it's not. Disregard everything that I said. Oh, there's a place in Germany called Blockhorn. Let's go. Yeah, nah, never mind. No, okay. To give myself credit, I was absolutely correct when I said, what in the world does Blockhorn mean? Because that's the most random thing I could think of. It doesn't mean anything. Never mind. It blocks and it has a horn. I mean, clearly, bro. Like, that's just like... Freaking, it's like a 5-year-old made that name, bro. Probably weird translation because Plarium is Ukrainian. I mean, maybe. But even still. It might be very literal. Doesn't his shield come from his horn or something? No, it doesn't. In fact, there's a thing on his back. This thing right here. This is the shield. It disappears from the mech's back. It's like Arachnos. It disappears from the back when it puts it down. No, it literally is just like it blocks stuff and it has a horn. That's why they called it that. It's like, right, okay. Imperfect. I see that. I'm not reading it out loud. Stalker can be a double-edged sword. Okay. To be fair, Stalker and Predator were cool names probably like 5-6 years ago. Nowadays, you'll get second looks for a very different reason. Deathwalker is also lame. Kinda. It sorta grew on me, I'm not gonna lie. They could have called it Phoenix. I honestly think it's a little too, like, obvious of a name. I think they were trying to find something that was, like, a little bit less obvious. The very obvious name for that, for Deathwalker would have been Phoenix. And I feel like some people are disappointed that they didn't go with it. Other people are like, well, I don't know why they didn't go with it. To me, it was a little bit too obvious, and I'm kind of glad that they didn't. It's a lot of kind of random two-part names. Killshot, Gatecrasher, Blockhorn, Dreadnought, Lacewing. I mean, a lot of words are basically two parts. Oh yeah, Killshot is an actual thing. Gatecrasher. I guess, okay, you know what? I'm opening that tab back up, hold on. Gatecrasher. Gatecrasher is an international clubbing brand made by the Gatecrasher Later Crasher dance music events. Okay. So it's a mech that likes to freaking rave, bro. Gatecrasher is also the name of some character from Marvel. Gatecrasher slang, a person who enters some event without a ticket or invitation, either by stealth or by deception. So basically someone who's completely uninvited, which kind of makes sense for the ability, because it's just like, hi, I'm in your face now. It would be much cooler if the ability was better, but... Okay, fair enough. Nah, Gatecrasher means something. Blockhorn, nah. Blockhorn's weird, bro. Blockhorn's so... And I knew it, like, just... Hello, how are you? just looking at the names, like, Blockhorn is just such a random name. It's like, what does that mean? You honestly like Angel better than Salver. Salver is a weird name. But Angel wouldn't have been cool. It's not a cool name. Salver is, I guess, more cool, but it's also weird. Like, it's kind of weird to say it. It doesn't roll off the tongue very well. But Salver is an actual thing. It's a word. It means something. It could be Seeker's name. I guess that's kind of true. Savior. I think part of what you have to do is you kind of have to think about, like, oh, okay, what would it sound like if I was just, like, talking about that mech or that weapon in a casual conversation? Like, would it sound really weird to say freaking, you know, Podgun Savior? It would be a little bit weird. Like, yes, you can isolate the name and it doesn't sound that bad, but I think if you try to put it in context, it does sound a bit weird. And the names should be something that at least sounds decent in context. Could have been named EMT. See, that's a good idea. That's a good idea because they did the exact same thing with MD. I like that. Yeah, I like that one. What other names are questionable? I don't know. How much longer are you planning to go? Not long. Not long. Let's just quickly go through. Okay. Cheetah is one of the ones that makes the least sense to me. Because there's nothing about freaking really weak, rather, like, not particularly fast support mech that vomits mines. Landmines. Nothing about that says cheetah to me. I don't know, man, it's just me. I don't know, bro. Juggernaut's just kind of not accurate, but that's about it. Vortex, Parasite, Dreamer, Kill Short, Tengu, Shadow, Sling Short, Lancer, Scorpius, Onyx, Geech, Kresker, Riddock, Dreadnought, Outlaw. Outlaw's kind of random, but I can sort of see it, I guess. Seeker, Panther is another one. It's like, what exactly makes that a Panther? I don't get it. Guardian. I feel like Guardian should have been a thing with a shield, personally, but whatever. Stalker is kind of sus. Puma. Yeah, Puma, Panther, Cheetah. Like, those are kind of weird. Paragon. Not accurate, but it's fine. Yeah, those three are just weird. Cheetah could be named Blaster or Hazard. Please never get a job naming things. Just a tip from me to you. Exotic alarm. Walking over those mines I can't see makes me feel like I'm being cheated of HP. More like when you use it, you feel like you're being cheated from damage because the mines don't do nearly enough. I think Puma and Cheetah have great names, but it doesn't get up to the name. What do you mean? Well, here's the thing, is like, at some point, you just grow accustomed to something. And it's not so much that you dislike the name. There's no name that I particularly dislike. But that's just because I've said them so many times that it just, like, it doesn't make it, like, it's fine. I'm perfectly comfortable saying it. But take, for example, Nade Launcher. Nade Launcher, when it first came out, is the dumbest name I've ever heard in my life. It's so lame. It's so stupid sounding. But nowadays I can say it like it's no problem because I'm just used to it. If you don't get Parasite, that's on you. I think everybody gets Parasite, okay? I don't think... yeah. What a parasite gains stuff while the host suffers. Gains pleasure. Okay, but like, don't take it too literally, though, right? I mean, isn't hemlock like a literal plant? You telling me that hemlock should just like not be able to move? It should just like stand there like, like it's not that literal. Come on. Or it should require people to literally devour it. Like, no, it's not. You're thinking a little bit too literally there. Panther or Orion or Killshot, which should I buy first? I would go with Orion, that's the safest bet. Parasite isn't perfectly literal, but it's perfectly good. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of names, like, again, it's like, that's the reason I didn't like Phoenix. It's like, it is very accurate, but it's like, it's a bit too literal. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a very obvious one. It's not creative at all. So, like, you know, obviously, yeah, let the devs have a little bit of creativity in terms of the names. It doesn't have to, it's not like they start with a name and then try to make the ability perfectly align with whatever the name is. No, they just make a mech and then they name it later. But, but yeah, so it's not that big of a deal. But some of them are weird. Cheetah, Puma, Panther, those are the weirdest ones. Blockhorn just doesn't mean anything, I guess. But yeah, Cheetah, Puma, Panther are strange, but I'm used to it by now, so I'm not saying that I'm not complaining about it. If someone was to say either of those three things, in fact, if someone was referring to the animal, the first thing I'd think of would be the mech. So it's like, it sounds perfectly natural to me at this point, but if you really think about it, it doesn't make any sense at all. I'm the Mexico. Okay, cool. That's probably a good place to stop. Wish we had stuff like Mauler or Perseclier in Mech Arena. Such a big part of their design is asymmetry, and they both look so awesome. I do agree with that. Asymmetrical mechs do look fantastic, but I think a lot of the people who prefer like the simpler art style for mechs and stuff prefer symmetry as well, because symmetry it's simpler. Symmetry is rather simple. And I think a lot of people do actually prefer that. Myself personally, I really love the designs of like Onyx and Sentinel. Sentinel is not asymmetrical, but it could have been, and it probably would have looked cooler. But Onyx looks great. But otherwise, yeah, I agree with you. The thing with it though is that you can't, to the extent that Warbots does, you can't put like a giant ability thing on one side and then multiple weapons on the other side. Mech Arena is like, you have to have one weapon on each side. That is like the whole point. Now, to be fair, could they put 2 weapon slots on one side and then a thing on the other side? Probably. And I feel like it wouldn't be a big issue. It would be a very interesting thing to see. I'd kind of like to see that, just for the sake of, like, not... Just for the sake of having something that at least looks somewhat unique. Because otherwise, like, everything looks very, very similar. Gamer Gaming. If you can't spell your name right, don't even attempt to name something else, okay? Let's just get that out of the way. Symmetry for me is the best, both for drawing and modeling, and of course looks. It's simple. I mean, that's what I said though. It's like it's a very simple look. It's very clean. and recognizable. It doesn't really require your brain to do much like mental math. It's like, you know, depending on the side of the mech that the quad rocket's on kind of determines which way the mech is facing. Like, people don't really want to have to like try to mentally figure out that sort of thing. They would prefer to just see something symmetrical because it's simpler. It's simpler to identify something that's symmetrical. So yeah. But that's just what most players like, I think, in this game. Not myself, but that's like whatever. I'm not going to try to push the devs to make something that most players wouldn't approve of. I was playing War Robots and saw ducks and was like, what on earth is that? Fair enough, but like, do you not watch War Robots YouTube? Probably should have known what it looked like. Then again, I don't know what kind of device you had or what the graphics are. I wish they'd kept the Deathwalker fire theme more. That's kind of fair. That's kind of fair. There's a lot of things where it's like, I kind of wish they just kind of doubled down on a lot of things. Where they like fully embrace one aspect. Whether it's a visual aspect of something like Deathwalker or, you know, a mechanical aspect of like Hornet, for example, they could double down on the effect damage rather than splitting the damage basically half and half. How does a duck not shoot its legs? Magic. I had to look up to make sure it wasn't misspelled. Renaissance. No, he's not trying to spell Renaissance. That's legitimately what I thought he was trying to say, but it's a different word. But also, no, I feel like why would you say that when you could just say Deathwalker? Deathwalker's kind of whatever. It's basically the same thing. It doesn't it's not as literal as like on the nose and obvious as Phoenix would have been. I don't think people necessarily dislike the name Deathwalker. I think people just think, oh well, Phoenix was such an obvious name, and so that's why they're disappointed that they didn't go with it. Personally, I think it was a little too obvious. Ben, hello. Should have been Terminator because it always comes back. If they gave it a Terminator skin. I mean, they may as well at this point. They give it a freaking shark skin. Like, what is that even for? You'd name it Ether? I mean, okay. Yeah, they don't really sound like my... Ether sounds like a War Robot's name, but it probably is a War Robot's name, if I'm being honest. I know Nether is. Deathwalker has a shark skin? Yeah. It's... Wait, this one. This one. That's not there, but it's this skin right here. I don't think... Because if I go to the skins, it's not going to show it. And I don't think it's in the Fortune Vaults either. It could be. No, it's not in the Fortune Vaults. But yeah, no, it has a shark skin. There was a playoff for it. Weirdest skin I've ever seen in my life. Doesn't make any sense. And it looks kind of dumb. I dislike it because he doesn't have legs. Yeah, no, that makes sense, but I think the name itself sounds fine, and people can kind of disregard the fact that it doesn't have legs. It is a Warbot's name, so that's what I freaking thought, bro. It's a Titan. Oh, Aether's the Titan, okay. Nether's the one with like 6 dashes or whatever, right? Might as well call it Death Floater. I just call it Death Turd sometimes, not always. Cause I mean, bro, this thing looks like a freaking Pokemon. It's just a nugget with wings. Like, look at it. What exactly is that thing on the bottom? Freaking cocoon looking weirdo. Like a big seraph. Okay. Yeah, those are the ones that have like all those wings on the back and they fly up. It looks really cool. It looks really nice. Insectoid abdomen, bro. Honestly. I picture him being a floating tanker truck. I think I'd seen the Deathwalker model in anime a long time ago with the same ability. That might have been what it was inspired by. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. All these things on the back are very anime. That's true. Those are very Gundam-looking thingies. That kind of makes sense, actually. I mean, I know a lot of the designs they have are like inspired by other things, which is fine. It's whatever. Like every game does that. All right. Well, anyway, it has been long enough. It's been how about 4 hours-ish? Yeah. Basically just talking about nothing at this point, so I'm okay calling it here. Except in the anime, it had like a blast attack when he was okay, but every anime thing ever is just like, oh, this thing we can freaking destroy universes, but it just doesn't for whatever reason. Like, it's like every anime thing ever, bro. They have like 8 billion abilities. Will you do customs? No, not today, and probably not for a while. Like Platinum LTA. I did customs with specific rules, and I wouldn't do customs without those rules, because that's the only way that makes it interesting for me. How much potential does Stalker have endgame? Next to 0. Next to 0. Orion is a very good substitute. It's kind of similar to Stalker. It just does like a stupid amount of damage. You just have to mark the enemy. So if you really, really like Stalker, I would go with Orion. It doesn't have the self-heal, but, you know, what are you going to do? The self-heal for Stalker late game literally doesn't matter. Like, you're going to get like maybe 2 kills before you die, and it's not going to equate to much HP, so... You're basically one-shot regardless of how much HP you have. Like, what percentage of HP you have, I should say. But yeah. Appreciate y'all for stopping by. Take care.